And hello, everyone. Welcome to you. Today is Friday, and I'm glad to see everybody. Sorry for the tardiness, but I had some things to do. We have a very complex presentation for you tonight, so took a little bit, but let's see what we got going on here. All right, good. We got sound, we got lights, everything's fine. So welcome in, everybody. Happy Friday. Let's see. I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to, let's back it on up. And let's try this. All right. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to try something different tonight. I put on the comments here, and I'm going to welcome in those who were here early. So first of all, hello to Amy. Thanks for being here, Amy, and sharing our support pathways. Also, Fur Baby Daddy, Mino Dino, Ninja Warrior Assassin, Heather Brown, Sweet Dude Shibby, Snoop Sleuth, Carla Ann, Mandy Gilliand, Heather Brown. All right, Dieter. Say what? Fur Baby Daddy. Oh, I said hi already. Okay, we got Deb in here. Muty Silence. Hello to you. And Rebecca Ann, 1965. Court of Public Opinion. Hello to you. Also, Fiona. Goddess. Hello, Goddess. All right. And Icy Cat. Hello to you. Dirty Diana. Hi to you. LB. Hello to you. Rhonda Holton. Hello to you. Who else we got? We got Kate Yu in here. Hello, Kate Yu. And looks like we got Miss Pie Crust. Hello to you. All right. And Barbara Borman. Hello to you. Good to see you. Thank you for waiting for me. All right. Snoop Sleuth, hello to you. All right. Ghost in the Machine, hello to you. Five Green Acres, hello to you. Lisa, hello to you. All right, there's Lisa. Heather Brown. Court of Public Opinion says like and subscribe, please. All right, and Five Green Acres is here, and beautiful Dee. Critter Mama, hello to you. All right. Miss Pie Crust. All right, so hello to you and to Amy, okay? All right, now just a moment, please. Hey, Lori K, Lori K's here. Hello to you. Your news Addy is here. Hello to you. Uh, all right, everybody. Okay, you guys are early today. All right, so we're looking good now. Just give me a moment here. I got a little something to take care of. All right, you guys. So I'm trying to multitask here. I got a lot to do. Hey, thank you. All right, thank you, Erica and Rebecca and everybody who's being nice to me. Thank you so much. Let's see. I'm trying to find someone here. Hmm. All right, just a moment. Hey, Niobe. All right, so everybody, good to see you guys. It's a new day. Hello to you. Welcome in. Okay, it's a new day's here. All right. Low light recovery, helpful advice here. Thank you for coming in. Drinking lots of water here. Hey, you mods. I would be asleep, but I'm in a hotel, and y'all are my sober support tonight. Road trips, ga. All right. Oh, was I muted? I said, Carol, you usually come in uh, pretty excited. You come in kind of low key tonight. And I was also saying hello to artists and it's a new day and everyone who came in, low light recovery. So apologize if I was muted. I don't know who didn't hear whatever I said. But I'm glad to see everyone who just came in is what I was saying. And anyway, so what I was also saying is that now at this moment, I need to stop reading the chat and start thinking about what I wanted to get into tonight before we get started. Uh, okay, there we go. Here's my water. All right, so tonight's show is entitled Prof Friday Night Fights Round 8. Okay, and we're going to be focusing on the Mean Girls, the Fundraiser, and the Bridge Guy video leak. So it should be a pretty contentious show tonight. And as you know, the lurkers and the hate watchers will be here. So hey, message to the lurkers and hate watchers. Uh, Go ahead, get your phone ready to take screenshots, and and get your little screen record ready to do some clips of me saying things you don't like. Prepare for all the hate captures so that you can then tomorrow run with it and have at it. Okay, so just fair warning. Now tonight's show is going to be divided into three parts, which is unusual for me. Usually I do a two-parter. I do my first half, second half. Tonight there's so much to get through that we're going to go into three parts. Is the plan. And so the first thing we'll do is get started, okay, with that. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can mess with this thing. Whoop, what happened there? All right. Um, so it's round 8, like I said, and all the hate watchers are going to get ready to do their thing, and we're going to go into our 3-parter. So the first thing we're going to start with tonight is we're going to do a little discussion of, oh boy, it's so hard to get into this topic. It really is. All right, let me start over. Like my mind's not really prepared. I didn't have enough time to sit down before and really uh, gather my thoughts. So let's see. Um, so listen, let's be real here. You may have noticed that there was a recent live stream, okay? And this live stream included people expressing uh, discontent with some of my words and deeds. And I thought, hey, glad you got to do an entire live stream just about me. And then I noticed, hey, your channel seems to be all about me. And oh, your Twitter is primarily about me. And goddamn, what's not about me? Um, anyhow, it's just funny that this particular individual I'm thinking of happens to not just be a nexus between the fundraiser and the public, but also between the Mean Girls and the public, and also between the Bridge Guy video and the Rick Allen website and the public. And so this is a complicated scenario. And if you really think about it, what are the odds? Hey, what are the odds? Because what this mean is that going back in time, um, going back in time, there's been years of this. Okay, there's been years of this nexus, and I started to think how odd this is, and and so I thought, man, what we need to actually do is talk about the things that matter in this case, and it's very difficult because there's so many levels of what matter in this case. But honestly, I believe that the elephant in the room is the thing that matters the most. And what I've told my close associates um, is that basically the problem here is that we have to deal with the most urgent, prescient, uh, obvious circumstances before we can get past them into other things that are important to be discussing. And I've also said how I spent so many hours sitting here covering every aspect of the case. I even yelled about it this week with some of the people who I regularly confer with, and how I find it somewhat offensive, insulting, devastating, and disappointing that the defense attorneys and the team in general for Richard Allen missed so much and were so late in the game to so much. Um, it's really unbelievable because between Rafi, myself, a couple others, Joe Lewis, we had laid so much out for the general public, all open source, nothing behind paywalls. We laid it out. And primarily the reason we laid it out would be that it would be public information and so easy for the legal teams to access. And unfortunately, it appears that it was a 80% failed effort. I mean, maybe 20% of what we pushed for years got through uh, to the defense team and investigators. And the funniest thing to me is that not only did it only amount to maybe 20% that made it through to these people, but of that 20% that made it through, basically none of it was handled prior to trial. And it's really astonishing. And in the future, when you get glimpses into the communications that were happening behind the scenes and the coordination and who was involved, it's going to be infuriating to you when you see how late in the game everyone got onto the ball, the things they missed, the things they failed on, the things they were late to try to deal with and catch up with, and then the things that they just totally neglected completely. All right. And this is where I got to say there's another thing. It's infuriating that people like Erica Morse would get the kick in the ass that she has from some of these people. Because I don't know how obvious we have to make it, or I have to make it, but it will be made obvious in the future that you should understand that all of the feelings people have, and by that I'm speaking of the mean girls, all right, in regards to the motion to correct error, Michael Osbrook and Erica Morris, I think they really need a fucking reality check, because that motion to correct error is in large part due to the work of Erica Morris and what she brought to the table and presented, handed, gift wrapped to Michael Osbrook and the defense. And there are receipts. So I just start off a little fucking pissed at the entire scenario that you would try to discredit, demean, um, defame that woman using total false accusations and just general slander techniques. And that as much as you would praise Michael Osbrook and the motion to correct error and other things that the defense presented that somebody like her was primarily responsible for, that you would not have the fucking understanding of what you're even talking about to get your head out of your ass and just show a baseline level of respect. But that seems to be the pattern, not only with the troll farm prosecution shills, LaPlante, but with the mean girls, defense shills, plants. So, with that being said, cheers, dumbasses. Clip that shit. Now, so since they had the nerve to go and produce an entire live stream, I mean, which, let's be honest here, it was a mushmouth mess, is what it was. I thought I'd like to discuss some of the points that were attempted and do some fact checking. And so I'm going to get into it now. Now, fortunately for you, I'm not going to cause you to have to read a transcript, because I produced a transcript of this, and let's see if I can handle this. Okay. Oh, come on, Profi. Oh my gosh, bro. Just grab the transcript. Where is it? All right. So what I got here is we're going to we're going to take a look at some of the points that were attempted to be made in this live stream. So just a minute. Let's see. Okay. Now, this transcript, okay? Um, so look, I even dread to name who I'm reading from, but I guess I'll do this. I'm going to give you a general idea of who the speakers are here that we'll be hearing from. In general, you'll be hearing from Michael Osbrook and Luke Nicholas. Okay, and I'll be pausing periodically to make comments, in between all of this. Okay. So let me get started. I'm going to get started with this is in reference to the fundraiser and basically all that's in the title. The Mean Girls, the fundraiser, and eventually they'll be discussing the leak of the Bridge Guy video. So like I said, starting with Michael Osbrook, and the first thing we had hoped to fundraise for was DNA testing, which would have, in my opinion, had a huge impact. But also Notre Dame themselves were really enthusiastic about it. To my knowledge, they wanted Kathy Allen to sign on to their plan. I don't think anyone's gone anywhere because I think that was something that was tied to Kara Weinecke and Michael Osbrook's involvement, which is a shame. Okay. So what the concept there being that just like we've seen, when I go back to this scenario in March, and I say that there was an attempt to pressure Kathy Allen, there was a pressure campaign that was rolled out on Twitter and YouTube to pressure Kathy Allen. Okay, and part of that is that they were bringing up the DNA testing. Now, remember, this is before the entire debacle about a tort claim. Okay. But DNA testing, okay? Now, I ask you this. Between the time of the trial starting and the trial finishing, was there an opportunity to do DNA testing? Why was it not done? Why was it not done for years prior? Why is it only after sentencing that we begin to think about a post-conviction investigation aimed at possible testing of DNA? Okay. Now, Notre Dame. Notre Dame's involvement being contingent upon Kara Weinecke and Michael Osbrook's involvement? And anyway, so there's more. skipping ahead, let's talk about the fact that this is all before the leak of the video. Okay, so continuing, they say, so this is public information. It's information that hasn't been in the public. A few of us, Angela, Carol Weinecke, and myself, Luke, started talking about how we could use the web more. We were inspired by various things. We were inspired by Luigi Mangione, who had a great web presence. Sorry, man. That's the wrong answer. And if I think back this year to what started this fight with the Mean Girls, if I really think back to like the first glimmerings that there was going to be a huge problem with this group, it was with Luigi. Because you see, the way I looked at it, Luigi was pretty obviously the shooter. Okay? Now, since when does the age, appearance, and professions of killers and victims factor in to their guilt or innocence? Huh? Since when does it being that a cute, handsome young guy with model-like looks, when does he get a pass to murder in cold blood a father of children, a husband, a son? Is it only when that person is hated because of his position, his profession, his appearance, his social status? And this talking point has come up several times because even Carol Weinecke mentioned it. Okay. Now, what's funny about that is this entire thing goes way back before Luigi Mangione's heinous crime. Okay? So even that really doesn't add up. But I guess you could say that there was a scheme or a plan that had been laid out, and that perhaps the riveting murder of a father by a young, dashing Luigi Mangione was, I don't know, inspiring to these people. But generally, we felt that it was time to start looking at how we use the web more strategically. And that's gone fantastically. That means PR. Okay, does everyone understand what's being spoken of here? It's PR. Okay, and so what they were trying to do here is lay out a timeline, which was a huge failure. But they say that in March, we started the technical prep for releasing the Bridge Guy video. Now, see, I told you. Remember when I told you that there was clearly a plan, okay? I also said that there was the plan included Michael Osbrook getting his hands on this video by any means necessary. passing it to whoever at one point in time he alleged it was Angela Sedlowski, who then we are expected to assume or presume hands it to someone who may or may not be Luke, who then ends up preparing to put it on the website. And he admits here that in March, they started the technical prep for releasing the Bridge Guy video on the website. And he says, a lot of this stuff has already been torn apart by, and then he doxes me. So thanks for mentioning my legal name. Appreciate that. I'll be mentioning yours soon. But anyway, then March 12th, we got the approval from Andy. So that's supposed to be another allegation, right? So this is another allegation, is that even though we know that this appeal was filed, this notice of appeal was filed on March 11th, okay? Now, the fact that it didn't appear on my case, Indiana, until March 12th, well, I said publicly that that was a trigger, that whatever this plan was, the trigger event that was supposed to signal go was the posting onto my case of the notice of appeal. Okay. And just like clockwork, that's how it happened. And he admits here, March 12th. But it's funny because what we have in the verbiage here is we got the approval from Andy. Now, remember, there's been several statements akin to that. We got the approval from Andy. Andy Baldwin said it was okay to release it. We got signal from Andy Baldwin's office. So you see, still never a straight answer on that. But then he says, and we released the video. Okay. Now to go on. They go into Erica Morse. And they say that Jennifer Auger, who I think at the time was Erica Morse's attorney for Erica's animal cruelty case, which we know is not a thing. But he goes on and says that he has a theory that that she had that because of Erica's experience being on television in high stakes legal proceedings, that there was some thing there. Okay, so you see where this is going, right? But he says on the 13th, appellate attorneys were appointed, and by the 17th, it started to become clear that there were issues around this contract. Okay, now let's go back. The 17th is 5 days away from the 12th. Okay, so basically what's being stated here is that the video is released 5 days later. There's issues around the contract. Okay. From what I understand, the parties felt it would be a simple thing. By the parties now, he means Carol Weinecke and Michael Offsbrook. And this delay started in it being returned with either a yes or no, and it became a point of mystery, which was made worse the next day, blah, blah, blah. And the timing of things are interesting because they paint a picture. So, you know, people were wondering whether there was a decision on the contract on the 17th, yes or no, blah, blah, blah. But just at the same time, because it's days away from this release, and I had many people questioning me, okay? So on my channel, you know, I obviously get a lot of comments on the channel. I obviously get a lot of emails into the channel. So I started getting this wave of questioning. And I had my own. But this wave of questioning that was coming my way, in the days after this video release, I've said before that I got busy. And I said, I'm going to figure out who's behind this website, who released this video, who's all involved, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I did so. And I messaged some people, these people. And I basically asked them to tell the fucking truth about the video. But now that's not good enough, because the truth, it's irrelevant to these people, right? Then he says, and on the 18th, he did the first rage stream where he said, you know, it was a police project. And all the shit he said is very well known. No, I did not say it was a police project. That's where everyone's getting it twisted, because, see, this is part of the straw man argument. Because what you like to do, you like to take the things that I have presented and twist them into this really bizarre conspiracy theory, illogical, gaslit perspective and argument. And then you like to say that that's the argument I'm making so that you can try to make me look ridiculous. Okay, but we know that's not what it actually is. Okay, what it actually is that I asked direct questions about your involvement, and you knew that it was all of you. And all of you lied. You failed to come clean. You failed to answer the public's questions, who I am just a messenger for. You lied to the public. You lied to your followers and everyone else. And you started a campaign of harassment, intimidation, and doxing. And then he continues. The next day, the waters get murkier still. This was a weird day. Erica Morse was kind of like making vague statements throughout the day on social media and in other places where she was saying, you know, she's going to tell her story. She was going to tell the truth. She was going to go out the defense attorneys for not paying her, all kinds of stuff. And there was this huge buildup to her live that was scheduled that evening with Amy. But to my memory, it was basically her saying ISP are after her. Yes, because they are. What do you think the setup's about? Anyway, so he's going on and he says, everything came out about her court appearances and things, and you can go back to listen. And then I just want to thank Andy said that he emailed her. Ojay, Baldwin, Razi, and Weineke in a group email. So it must have been a separate email with you about the BG video. My question around that, just go back for a second. Did he give you a deadline? Do you have like 2 days until he started to rage post, or was it a question? So I did give a deadline, but let's continue. He says, oh, if there wasn't a fixed deadline to my memory, it was kind of like a moving target. And the way he was asking the questions was really difficult to answer as well. Not because I didn't want to answer them, but because of the way he was framing them. So it was a lose-lose situation, no matter, you know, I have my side of the story. Okay, let's stop. Let's reread that, because I need all of you to ask yourself these questions, because we're going to look at this very closely momentarily. Remember this point. The way he was asking the questions, was really difficult to answer. Not because I didn't want to answer them, but because of the way he was framing them. So it was a lose-lose situation, no matter, you know, I have my side of the story. He didn't give me the space in which to actually put my side of the story, because it didn't fit the pre-made narrative that he has. What, like the fucking questions? Like basic questions? Who posted the video? Where does it come from? Is it enhanced or not? How do you validate it? Why are you alleging it's an exhibit when we know it's not? All those basic questions. We'll get to those momentarily, but it's funny that your way of trying to escape accountability for answering the questions is to say that I'm asking questions difficult to answer, and the way I was framing them made them horrible. Well, we'll go back and look at that, because you know everything's on record. Okay. And he starts to conclude that so looking back on the timing, if you step back just a tiny bit, within 7 days, we had the release of the Bridge Guy video. We had Prof private message. Then we had silence on the contract, all within a week. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And that's why ever since mid-March, it's been a shit show. And let me ask you guys this. That video was released March 12th. We are currently at June 13th. Let me ask you this. 3 months later, not a single fucking answer about that video, not a single fucking answer about that contract, and not a single fucking answer about that fundraiser. 3 months. We are now 3 months and a day from the release of that video. All right. And this was very concerning. This is when I got the initials wrong with CW and MA were blocked from speaking to Rick Allen at prison. And we're told basically they had to go through Erica or Stacy Uliana, which was weird. This was a very interesting day because this wasn't announced through a Facebook post. So he says, so this is the next day. You know, it came through the grapevine effectively that Kathy Allen had been convinced that Kara Weinecke and Michael Osbook were trying to steal the remainder of the fundraiser. No, see, that's rumor. See, no one, you see how you twist the things? We'll get back to that. This is the first place I could see anywhere where this came up as a concept from somebody that close to Rick Allen. And this really toxic narrative that's still going on. And how much of that money was left over? Like $28,000 or something. Ah, interesting. Interesting. So it came through the grapevine, meaning bullshit, that Kathy Allen had been convinced that Kara and Michael were trying to steal the remainder of the fundraiser money. No one tried to convince Kathy, that Kara and Michael were trying to steal fundraiser money. This is the thing. You need to understand very clearly, because it's not a really toxic narrative. It's a really simple narrative. Donors to the fundraiser started to notice that you all were the parties behind the fundraiser directly. And they started asking questions. And these donors, not only were they talking amongst each other, they were also talking to Kathy, and they were also talking to me. And these several donors who were included some high dollar donors, they wanted to know, where's the money? What's left of it? Who's holding it? What is it being used for? Is it gone? Is it here? Where's the accounting? Etc., etc. Because it's funny that there's such consternation about the money. By the way, you know, there's not even a surety about how much was raised, because we have receipts that seem to show $40,000 and $200,000. There are others who say $50,000. It's kind of a fluid concept of how much was raised. Then there's a fluid concept of how much is left, if any, and where is it? And why can't a single question be answered? Now, for some reason, here in this live, Luke states that $28,000 $28,000 is left. Well, how does he know that? Is that just a rough estimate? Is that a guesstimate? Where's the accounting? But you say, yeah, maybe it can go to DNA testing or something. What? All right. So there they stop talking about the contract and the subject is changed. Okay. So when the subject is changed, Sorry, the fundraiser. The subject is changed from the fundraiser and it goes into the contract. All right. And the first thing they say is, go and look at Prof's posting of the contract. Look at what's in the red box and not highlight it. Okay, so look what's in the red boxes and look what's not in the red box and not highlight it. And he says, it's very telling what the intent of good intentions were in just even initiating this and what the intentions of the bad intentions were of sharing it the way that they do. And it's very specific to why someone would put a red box and highlight things is because they really don't want you to, they're praying you're not bothered with reading through things start to finish. Genuinely, I feel if anyone who genuinely read through all this stuff and what he highlighted and boxed all that shit, if you genuinely came away from it and felt that whatever they're fucking selling, I would pray for your brains. Okay? So I thought this was interesting. So I think maybe what I should do, let me do this. Let me take a detour from reading this and bring that up for you. Because, you know, I really hate when people do shit like this. Basically, they're trying to misrepresent the truth of what was presented and the reasons why. So let's take a little review. Okay. So I'm gonna do us a deal here where I show you. That way there's zero question, because I don't like when things are misrepresented. Okay. Let me see if I can produce this. Boom, there it is. All right. So you'll see here. Now I want you to read very carefully so you understand very clearly. Let me see if I can make this better. Let's see. All right. I want you to see this really clearly. Okay. It says, this is the contract that has been behind so much consternation in this past week. I received a copy of this item more than a week ago. Oh, why don't we calculate? Why don't we calculate when I received it? And I was not intending on sharing it, but I think it's necessary in order to pour some water on the current fire in this community and to exhibit to some of you what myself and others feel were potential overreaches in the agreement. And look here, because I make it very, very, very easy for people. Look what's highlighted here. In the red brackets, which means the red boxes, you will see areas on which I would like the reader to focus. Okay? With the most concerning verbiage, according to parties who have reviewed this document, highlighted in yellow, meaning the things in yellow would be what the parties who reviewed the document thought were concerning according to Miss Allen and her advisors. Okay. And then I continue and say, in the end, privacy and other concerns outweighed the more positive aspects of this offer. And I add extra clarity and say, not just in the agreement, but also in the legal timeline and strategy. Okay. I also add that pay attention to paragraph 12, where an independent review by counsel is recommended by the authors. It is my understanding that this independent review was held by multiple attorneys, and Mrs. Allen ultimately decided against moving forward with this retainer agreement. Okay, so basically in paragraph 12, you recommend independent review by counsel. That review was had, and Mrs. Allen ultimately decided against moving forward with the retainer agreement. Is that clear enough? And I add clarity here that I understand that many were emotionally manipulated by the social media post on the issue, right? Primarily from those who had zero information from which to be able to form any substantially accurate opinion. I also remind the people that there's been a sudden pivot by some of the parties involved from a discussion of obtaining post-conviction counsel to an entirely different discussion of retaining counsel to pursue potential civil action on a tort claim. So this sudden pivot might cause some to conflate the two. Anyway, then I show, okay? You see? And what did I say? Pay attention to what's in red. And I say the things in yellow were potentially concerning for Miss Allen, Mrs. Allen. All right, so let's review what I highlighted. Kara Weinecke and Michael Losbrook were concerning. Okay, you see the two things highlighted? That's what's of concern. All right, is that clear enough? Here's another thing of concern. Client's appellate counsel are not subject to authority or direction by client's appellate counsel. I'm sorry, client's post-conviction counsel would not be subject to the authority or direction of the client's appellate counsel, which means potentially would not cooperate and would not have to cooperate. Okay, that seemed to be a place of concern. The potential conflicts with appellate counsel. Okay? In other words, if Kara Weinecke and Michael Losbrook had a conflict with Stacy Uliana and Mark Lehman, that they would not be subject. All right? I mentioned privacy concerns. There you go. Privileged or not. That was a concern. Okay? Let's go on. How about this? Obtain all case-related digital information. Non-digital. I don't know why this isn't. Wow, I can't see the entire thing. It's kind of blocked out here at the bottom. But digital information, non-digital information, notes, and in the possession of an investigator, everything, be able to depose investigators, all that stuff. A lot of information, right? Here was another point of concern. Non-disclosure agreements with YouTubers. Okay. Prof, it doesn't say YouTubers in there. No, listen. It's very clear from various discussions that were had by all the parties behind the scenes that several YouTubers were going to be included in the term anyone who becomes involved in the investigation. Okay? There was also concerns with publicity, television appearances. Okay? Oh, what's this, Prof? Obtain from David Hennessy funds publicly raised. Solicit future funds privately or publicly. Deposit into trust accounts, distribute or redirect the distribution of funds. And also, what I should have highlighted as well, because I've now learned at this point that these things were also of concern, but I tended to skip over this, were the establishment of 501c3s. And you notice very specifically here, it's two clauses here. One is to seek an existent organization that's under 501c3 status, okay? And that would be something like one of the universities, which has been referenced. Okay, we'll talk about that momentarily. Okay, and the other one is to establish. So not only pre-existing 501c3s, but establish new 501c3s. Okay, these things all together. This means money. If you look everything from here. Okay, so this whole section here I'm circling with the mouse. This is all money. Okay, money was at question. All the money was at question. And up here, publicity was at question. Okay, I mean, too much talking about the shit and too much grifting on the shit. Okay, did I say it plainly enough now? So let me remove this for a minute. So I want to get back because I want to get back to this transcript because that's sort of what I wanted to clarify. Because remember, what was stated was that I put red boxes and highlights so that you wouldn't read the rest of the shit. No, anyone's free. The whole document is there. Here's the bottom line that no one will address that's based in reality, okay? The entire document was there. Notice, if I didn't want you to read the rest of the document, I would have redacted the rest of the document with black boxes. Okay, so let's put a fact check on this speaker. If I wanted you to not read the entire document, I would have put black box redactions over every paragraph that I didn't want you to read. You see, what I did is explain very clearly why I was posting it. I explained very clearly what the red boxes and the highlighter meant. And then I handed you the red boxes and the highlighter as a service to try to clear up confusion and chaos. Anyway, let's continue because it goes on. It feels like it was escalating. There's got to be a lot more that was going on with discussions in the background. But that early April, where it was shut off all communications, they shut off all communications. And then there's questions about the fundraiser, the deadline, the tort claim, and it's just like hell. Well, yeah, you're right. You're right. By early April, because none of you were cooperating with the people who mattered, of course, all communication would be cut off. Okay. All right. So let's continue. So they move on. Because another statement is made, and I have to bring up a presentation for this, I guess. Okay, it says, I find it very funny. This is Luke speaking. Well, who is speaking? I forget who's speaking here, but someone says, I find it very funny that the BG video, and Luke, I think we've talked about this, not a single person was out there going, okay, I'm like, where did this come from? What's behind this? So here's what we're going to do. Remember, the statement is made, not a single person was out there going, okay, where did this come from? What's behind this? Okay, that's the statement. Let's see what I can show you. All right. This is what I'll show you. What this is this is the moment that this video was premiered to the world. Okay? And what we're going to do is take a special look at the chat because I want to point to you the contradictions here. Okay? Because with the statement made that not a single person was questioning what this is, where did it come from, etc., let's take a look at how accurate that might be. Now, the first screenshot you'll see here, you'll notice that Luke is promoting his website here as the video is being premiered. All right. All right. Now, I'd like you to see this. Look at Judge Jessica saying, this is how Becky Patty described the enhanced one. Okay. Look at Free Ricky Bay. I feel like this vid is a fucking gaslight. Okay. Look here. Lindsay, Ellie maybe. Is this the enhanced version? R&M Productions. This is not the enhanced or edited raw original video. Old Mart, New Mart. This is the enhanced one, I think. Free Ricky Bay. This is not the OG vid, in my opinion. Where's that be a gun? Braun. Right, this totally looks and sounds like the Disney version. Precocent. This definitely seems like it's at least stabilized. Classic overthinker. I'm sorry, this is bullshit. Precocent. This is bullshit. Woman doing chaos. What the fuck? Royal We. Can someone ask Bob or Andrea if this is original or edited? Someone in court? Judge Jessica. I'm so confused. The Royal We. This is the original, reiterates R&M. This is nuts, says Excited Utterance. So do you get the picture that at the very first moment this video hit these viewers' eyes, R&M Productions' own viewers in her own channel, they had all the exact same questions and feelings that all of us had. Okay? So saying that no one had questions is really not in good faith. It's not a good faith argument, because the mean girls themselves had questions. Okay? You've just seen the evidence of it. And that's just a small sampling. Now, the fact is that I had so many questions, okay? I had so many questions from my viewers. I must have had 35, 45 separate questions come in between my live chat, my comment section, and my email. I got so many questions, at least 35, 45 questions. And trust me, I had my own feeling. Anyway, let's get back. I want to get back to this transcript, because I want to not be stuck bogged down with this. Okay. Okay. So they do the gaslighting again. Now, did I get on YouTube and start accusing it of being AI? No. Did I get on YouTube and start accusing people of working with Lafayette Police? I also find a coincidence of the timing alongside the contract agreement being worked on. To be honest with you, I think any reasonable person would. But, I want to say real quick, you see, it's all trying to make me look crazy. Did I say it was like AI? No, I said it looks AI enhanced or upscaled. Okay. Did I say anyone was working with Lafayette Police Department? No. I said, why did Lafayette Police have a contract with Gray Media, who struck me for the video, which led me to believe, does Gray Media have some part in this? Okay. So the very pertinent factual points that I presented and the very simple, realistic, basic questions about it that the entire community had, you cannot frame that as me being crazy and going all wild and nuts on YouTube like you just tried to do. Okay. But I mean, I could see someone would be sensitive if they've done fucked up shit and they're being questioned about the fucked up shit they've done. Yes, I could see people being sensitive and butthurt about those questions. All right. Anyway, so someone else comes and says, but I want to say real quick, I want to make this very clear that I personally don't like this rumor going around that Kathy Allen thinks Rick is guilty. and that's kind of why she didn't want to take free help. I feel like that's kind of going a little too far, in my personal opinion, because you've all caused it. You've all caused all of this. I think she's being manipulated. I think she's been manipulated by friends that she trusts more than the people she doesn't know necessarily, you know? Sometimes people get in your life that you invite into your life, that you become friends with, that don't have your best interest in mind. They still think they can get their piece of cake and still help you, you know? So what if they delay Rick's freedom by a little bit because they still get their way? You'll still get Rick out eventually. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of really smart people have been manipulated by some of the bad actors around Delphi, you know, going back years. So why wouldn't Kathy somehow be protected from that? I mean, why would she be shielded from the ability to manipulate? Michael, what are you talking about? Okay, so you see the thing that's being pushed now. So Kathy's being manipulated. Okay, she's being manipulated, like, because the bad actors in Delphi have manipulated things for years, which it's funny. It's funny, the contradictions here, because you'll admit that there are bad actors who have manipulated, but it must be not you. Okay, let's continue. So anyway, so in comes Michael Osbrook. And he says, so I started talking to Kara about, you know, for us to do stuff. The contract was really about creating a client-lawyer-client privilege, because without that, anything we would do or be in later proceedings would be discoverable. And there were investigation things and other things involved, but the other primary concern was that the trial lawyers had done nothing, as far as I knew, and more or less, as far as I know, copied the 20 terabytes of discovery and one other whatever e-discovery had come in. You know, Kara and I, we were going to get it copied. I was looking for few people offered like giant platforms, but that didn't work out. And it was much later, after all this nonsense, that I actually bought a year's worth of unlimited cloud storage for the folks. And they said no, thank you. They were kind of doing it piecemeal. Sounded like copying it. Discovery? Who is the folks? But to get the investigation started, Kara and I wanted at least to be able to interrogate the government. Everything, absolutely everything in the contract was negotiable. 2 days after the last conversation with Kathy, the last text I sent, she said, you know, write it up and send it to me and her lawyer. And I tried to make it comprehensive. And the whole point about 501c3s for both any new money and for the money that's with Hennessy, and I really don't want to talk about how much there is if it comes to hiring experts, and I don't want to know the experts to know how much we have. And then Luke, with the typical bad legal perspective, says, it's privilege. It's privilege anyway, so you don't need to know. I think people don't need to know. People need to know it's privileged. And Osbrook says, well, that's an interesting question, whether it's privileged or not. Anyway, I understand what the donors might want to know what the money's on for, but unfortunately, all I can really tell the donors is it hasn't been wasted. There's a bunch of it to use for experts that's left. We're actually looking for experts for a few things right now. Hold on. how are you going to pay for those experts? Surely you don't intend to say that you're going to use that money for the experts that are not officially working for Kathy and Rick, are you? And the reason people, there's no entitlement, public to an audit. When things are over, I won't have any problem with people knowing where it's going. Well, why are you a fucking decision maker in this? Because it's not your money. Your name's not on the fundraiser. There's only one name on that fundraiser, and it's David Hennessy. So ask yourself, Michael Osbrook, how do you have any power, control, or discretion about what happens with those funds that are left over? I won't have any problem with the people knowing where it's gone. And that's just the way it is. And this idea that somehow, Prof's feeling of entitlement to answers to all of his questions and answers to where the money has gone. I mean, it's really pounding the table saying, tell me, tell me, tell me. I can't think of an equivalent place where that level of accountability is provided. Like if you donate to a super PAC, you don't get that level of accountability. If you donate to a 501c3, you don't get that. And if you donate to the Girl Scouts, you're not going to know where it's going to go. Listen, buddy, the point is, it's the big donors who are asking the questions. I'm just the messenger. I didn't donate a single fucking dime to the fundraiser because I didn't trust you all behind it. If you really want to know the real talk, the minute I saw Angela, CJ, Luke, and Hennessy, I said, nope, I ain't sending no money to that. So, yeah, it's not me you got to worry about. It's your donors. Now, let's move on to the next place here is Osbrook says, the idea of a 501c3, and I don't know if there was one that was ever going to be created, is just be able to look into it if we do need it or wanna. It has to do two things. One, there were a bunch of people who were talking about raising money. So that was about future money. And then there was the Hennessy money. And we thought we might want to take that burden off him. I mean, he's retired. He's a tremendous guy, but he's retired. And he doesn't, but he's perfectly happy to, we have a method, to get authorized to hire experts through him. Really? How do you have a method to be authorized to hire experts through him when you're not an official attorney in a relationship with the Allens? He's fine with that. And that's fine. But the thing that everybody, and I've said this before, it's actually sort of in a tweet today, everything was actually absolutely negotiable. And we didn't have to get Kara, and I didn't have to get Discovery. If we weren't going to get it ourselves, then what we wanted to do was be able to be tasked with the lawyers and the investigators saying, okay, have you looked at this? Have you already done this? I mean, we didn't want to waste that time on stuff that had already been done. And everything was absolutely negotiable. We sent a blank Word document, literally everything, saying, here's a signed version if you like it as it is, but here's a Word document. Go change whatever you want. I just don't understand what all the weeks and weeks and weeks of that contract. I don't ever want to use that word contract again. It's like I've proposed retainer agreement. But I'm concerned that, people started with like Adrian and then Prof took it over. This business, and anyway, Kara and I was harassing Kathy or Rick Allen or anybody. It just wasn't true. I mean, I've done everything by the book. I've done everything by the book I know about, and any book I know about. And once Kathy said, send it to me, and Cloutier, the lawyer, I took it as she's saying she's represented. And I actually had not ever asked Cloutier for permission to talk to Kathy. So I did everything through Cloutier after that. Well, you know, what's funny, Osbrook, was no, I never said you or Kara were harassing Kathy or Rick. I said there was a obvious pressure campaign rolled out by your camp on Twitter and on YouTube to pressure Kathy and create this environment of urgency, insanity, and pressure that would make it her way, and it did. And you're going to see proof of that. Okay. And so all this business, it started with Christy Calderon. I think that's where Adrian got it. And it might not have been, I don't know. I mean, all these people are so dishonest. Michael, hold on now. Hold on. All these people are so dishonest. Oh, excuse me. Who's refused to answer a single fucking question? We'll get to that later. I mean, the projection here is astounding. All these people are so dishonest. It started with Adrian that somehow changes had been proposed, and our response had been that it was perfect. Yeah, Christy said that when you were told that changes need to be made, that you said, absolutely not, it's a perfect contract. Now, does that answer your question for you? Can we get beyond the fact that you've never said it was perfect? See, it's a whole bunch of gaslighting. And if you got a problem with it, take it up with her, not me. And then the problem, the prof, with this supposed text up there that he's put on screen a couple times, Kathy's in tears because she's being threatened that if she doesn't sign the contract, Discovery is going to be released onto YouTube. Oh, I mean, that just never happened. Oh, yeah? Let's take a look at something. Let's take a look at something here real quick. Let me show you something, Osbrook and Mean Girls. See, before, I was trying to have a little respect for the person I communicate with. So I didn't want to show you the actual message. So I just copy pasted it onto the screen. You can go fact check this by what I posted earlier. This is the actual text. I redacted the user's name and one of the names that was spoken. Sorry, I had a really hard day. No one is going to get people to understand the enormity of what has happened here. They are not helping Rick's case. They are hurting it. Talking about you guys. I said, yep, I got you. I'm seeing it, and I'm very unhappy. He has them all so snowed. Kathy was sobbing on the phone this morning. She is terrified that they are going to release more tonight or tomorrow to force her into signing this contract. She will not do it. What does snowed mean in slang? Once again, sorry, I've had a really hard day, says my associate. No one's going to get people to understand the enormity of what has happened here. They are not helping Rick's case. They are hurting it. Yep, I got you. I'm seeing it. I'm very unhappy. Redacted. He has them all snowed. Kathy was sobbing on the phone this morning. She is terrified that they are going to release more tonight or tomorrow to force her into signing this contract. She will not do it. And I say, I'm in the accumulation phase while this is happening. In the next few days, when I feel I have enough, I will tell the story. And I fucking did. Okay? Shove that up your asses. So it never happened? Well, it's in my phone as we speak. All right, so where are we? People are simply laughable, says Osbrook. And look, it's not true that I tried. So Erica Morse had her Facebook page that I committed a felony by trying to buy her discovery from her. And that's not true. What I had tried to do with the blessing of the trial lawyers at the time, at least what they said was a good idea, was that I was going to get them paid $60 an hour to copy their notebooks and to spend some time on Zoom and to get the notebooks to whoever's next. I mean, this stuff, Erica Morse says she has 20 notebooks. I wanted to pay them for their time and expenses to copy the stuff, to get it to whoever should have it. And I also wanted to record however many Zoom meetings it took to debrief them, because people, whatever is coming next, needs to know what's being done. And, you know, I wasn't lying. I wasn't trying to buy anybody's discovery and release it on the internet. Okay? Um, oh, we're moving on. He says, he says, I also have a question about whether, in fact, I have every single piece of the physical extraction, because I got it all in a single 68 gigabyte zip file. And I think it's possible some file names were too long to be extracted. There are some problems I really don't want to get into. Everybody forgets the minute there was a provision in the post-retainer agreement that Kara and I could be fired at any moment for anything. Okay? If we've done any single thing that people had been angry about, you know, they could have gotten rid of it, us. So I don't know. I'm not pressuring anybody to sign a damn thing, but I'm here to say people should lay off Allen. People should lay off the lunatics around her. It really wasn't Kathy Allen who put the kibosh on this. It's one person. I'm not going to name them, but it's one person. And I'm not. I did say in a tweet that person should be ashamed of themselves. And that's all I'm going to say. Okay. Then he says, if the 10,000 page Orion file were released into the wild, there would be murders all over the country. If the 10,000 page Orion file that I have was released, there would be 10 murders all over the country. But I mean, everybody across the country, people are accusing their brother-in-laws, their husbands, their co-workers. And I mean, look, in a normal case, you could do a more narrowly tailored protective order about specific stuff. I'm very disappointed the trial lawyers agreed to let the crime scene photos, all of them, be sealed. That were exhibited because there's a very much more narrow order type thing. Every and all the crime scene photos with bodies visibles are sealed, but others are not. I mean, that would have been easy. I want to go back, if we can, to the experts just for a second, because this is kind of related. I really put it on the appellate lawyers who have screwed up so they want to see the sealed 100 pages of who was paid what. So now we're getting to Fundraiser again. I mean, these were ex parte filings, and they should have never been made public, at least until Rick's case is completely over because of what appeared in there. There appeared in there experts who were not used at trial and who were paid something. And now we know the Prof. Now the state knows whom the defense team hired and didn't use. And you know, the experts that you hire and don't use, they can reveal something to the prosecution. Okay. I'm going to skip over some stuff. But he says, in the case of a retrial or even a post-conviction case, you know, you come and look. I haven't paid close attention to who these experts were that weren't used and all, but I'm saying that, you know, there's part of the reason people can't know where the money went, at least until people testify if they were paid by the money. You see, there's so many questions about this money. And he says, now I do want to say that Prof, as deplorable as he is, raised an interesting question. And it has to do with the $12,400, I think is the number. I haven't looked at the documents. I'm doing this off of memory. But apparently Gold ordered Andrew Baldwin reimbursed for the money he had apparently fronted to Stacey Eldridge. Now, what I think is that I think that's the second payment to Stacey Eldridge, but we don't know. And we do know that she said on Mata's live stream that she was paid, her $12,000 was paid out of fundraiser money. And the only reason this becomes an interesting question is the similarity of funds. If Stacey Eldridge was paid $12,400, or if Andrew Baldwin was reimbursed for the $12,400, but that money was paid out of the fundraiser and not by Andy Baldwin, he should not have been reimbursed because he didn't pay. And then Luke comes in, that's the kind of thing that Andy has to answer for. It's a game of telephone if we all try to guess. And Osbrook says, I'm making no excuse. I'm saying, or no accusation. I'm saying it's an interesting question. That's all. And the only reason it's interesting is the 12,400 versus the 12,400. I express no opinion about what happened. My guess is what happened is 12,400 wasn't backrun by Andy Baldwin as a second payment to Stacey Eldridge. And you know, frankly, it's none of my damn business. Well, I think it is our business. All right. And then what else do we have here? Again, this is our review of the Meme Girls attempt to gang up on me for asking relevant and pertinent questions about the money, the contract, and the BG video release on the Rick Allen website. And Osbrook continues. I do believe this has to be kept in the public eye. And, you know, if people, I find it fascinating that the thread has come out that, you know, the Kathy Allen camp is uncomfortable with my online presence. Well, you know, over the summer, I got so involved in February of 24 in contempt. And after all of that was over and I was involved in that, I treated myself as gagged, although I didn't want to think I didn't think the gag order formally covered me. But after that was over, I was back on the outside. I think I was one of the better voices out there about what was going on in the case and in support of Rick Allen. This shouldn't be happening and all this terrible stuff. Yeah, but here's a problem. Your mouth got you in trouble. And your Twitter presence. People are free to disagree, and Mrs. Allen is free to disagree. And so am I. And people are free to be uncomfortable with my online presence, but it's certainly been a positive for Rick. No, because it's caused problems. But going forward, this has to be kept in the public eye. I mean. If you look at Twitter, the number of tweets about Rick's case was at trial over, the motion to correct error done. It's sort of sleeping its way to the appeal. The number of tweets about Rick's case every day is, 5, 6, maybe. And I think this might be it. No, I'm not done yet. Lawyers, even when they're not representing somebody, don't get to lie publicly. Professional Conduct Rule 8.4. And I'm telling you, it was one person and one person only. It had nothing to do. It may not be true that Kathy Allen does not like me. You're right, it may not. I have no reason to personally believe she does not like me. It was about one person made the decision. That was that. And people should get off this like badgering Kathy. It has nothing to do with Kathy. I mean, it does in the end, but it's all attributed to Rick and Kathy. But in the end, it really isn't. There's a very specific reason that Prof's immediate reaction was and it defeats his ridiculous theory that this was really Kelsey and Bree Wilbur on that bridge. You see, some truth is rising to the surface here when the attitude gets a little angry. So in other words, my immediate reaction to what is because of Kelsey and Bree Wilbur on the bridge? Hey, man, I'm not the only one that has questions about the timeline. I'm not the only one that has questions about the family's story. And I'm not the only one who has questions about Kelsey German and everything she said, or Bree Wilbur. And if you think it's, as you call it, absolutely ridiculous theory that it might be Kelsey or Bree on the bridge, well, sorry. No wonder we disagree, because it's my theory those girls may not have been there that day. There's no proof of life. Let's continue. It would make logical sense to take the free help, like two great attorneys who are really actually investigating and care about this case, to look into it because they believe the man is innocent. But that's not even the whole point. The point of the whole title of our live is that this contract gate is for someone who is concerned with your and Kara's social media presence. They decided to give this contract to a man. He doesn't say nice things about you. I think I'm saying that very lightly. He's creating all of this discord, in the Richard Allen innocence community, if you will. Who's created the discord? Maybe you of all for being combative? This is the man who said he has a source who told him through concrete evidence that Rick Allen marched those girls down the hill. Yeah, I did say that, and I said why I said that 2 fucking years ago and a month. I've already explained that. As a matter of fact, it's still on the community page as to why I made that statement, and I revealed the sources who lied to me and fed me that information, which, guess what, was coming straight from Holman and Harshman and Vito. So let's continue. I think when you take, when we talk about the totality of circumstances, and when you take that all and you include all of it together, I've heard what you said, how there's one person responsible. I understand that, there's one person responsible or two people maybe presenting for the contract originally to Kathy, but there are other responsible for providing the context to why this was provided to her. But when it boils down to brass tacks, the ultimate question is, does Kathy know that this is all being paraded around? Does Kathy know this is being made a big deal of? Does Kathy know that the prof even has his own channel despite her concern with other people's social media presence? Yes, 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 and yes. Okay. Let's continue. What else we got here I wanted to hit on? So they start lying about a 501c3. I want to bring this up too, because this says, am I right in asking that the 501c3, it's to protect Kathy or whomever from running off with, I can't believe I'm asking you this. I'm apologizing in advance. Jesus, like it prevents you or whomever from running off with $40,000 or $400,000 and saying, F you, we're done. We caught you, this little switcheroo. And Osbrook says, no, the 501c3 was taken off. I mean, there would be a board. And if you want another group, I was thinking, so I know the Indiana Innocence Project, how it got started up. They got a grants. And they ran that grant through Indiana University because Indiana University is 501c3. So guys, pay attention here. The Indiana Innocence Project got started up with a grant. They ran the grant through Indiana University because Indiana University is 501c3. And the Innocence Project didn't have 501c3 status yet. I mean, it takes a while, It can take months or whatever. I've seen it happen in 3 to 4, 8 to 12. I mean, it varies. I mean, you have to have an educational purpose. The way I get the educational purpose, if IU takes it, then I get students working on it. You see, this is where truth is leaking out. Osbrook's employer and students at IU would take over for Rick and Kathy Allen, the 501c3. They'd get grant money in, get donations in. That was part. You remember I said that the contract covered pre-existing 501c3s and any new that they would develop. Okay? Now, this is towards the end of the live stream. If you go and watch it, you'll see all of these have everything I've said tonight. They're receipts. Okay, and you go watch it if you want. I'm not going to allow them to. I'm not going to promote the channel on my show. Okay, but check it out. He says it would have given us some legal structure. We could have lived under that structure and not come under the same kinds of stupid attacks that the fundraiser came under. And going through IU might not have been a good idea because IU takes a not insignificant cut for doing it. And I'm not saying that's what we would have done. I mean, look, the idea that we would have done any of these things with the money without talking to Kathy and Rick and probably Cloutier and who knows, maybe in the appellate lawyers. I mean, yes. There was certainly a clause in there about independence, our independence from the appellate lawyers, because we need to be independent. And it has nothing to do with the deal. And except to that extent that, we might develop stuff that makes the deal unnecessary. But again, it was just, like we can. But I think it's important also to say, Adrian, even last night, went on YouTube to say again, the 501c3s allow the directors, the officers to take 60% of the income as personal gains. It's complete bullshit. Absolute nonsense. A 501c3 is structured the way, according to its bylaws, according to the documents that are written up. It's founded well. It's not the idea there's this idea that, well, she's imparting this idea that there's this global rule for all nonprofits where the officers get to take 60% home in bundles of cash. It was to get something started beneficial for Rick in this case, blah, 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 blah. And that's the bitch. The other thing that's really sort of remarkable is there's nothing will get the lawyers in trouble so fast as stealing money. Okay, so on that note, before we end with this, I want to show you guys something. Okay, we're going to talk a little about what's called nonprofit ratios. Okay, nonprofit ratios. And here's a wake-up call. Nonprofits, they have to have individuals employed. They have to employ individuals in various capacities to operate the business, because don't get it twisted. It is a business. It is a non-for-profit business. Okay? But people must be hired, which means people must get salaries. Get it? But let's read through this because this is important. It says the importance of program expense ratio for nonprofits. Functional expense allocations and the program expense ratio are crucial aspects of financial transparency for nonprofits. Properly allocating expenses into categories like program services, management, and fundraising not only provides a clear financial picture, but also significantly impacts the organization's public image. Fundraising potential and IRS compliance. That's the big one. Why it matters to grantors and donors. Grantors and donors expect nonprofits to maximize their impact, and the program expense ratio is often a key measure of effectiveness. The program expense ratio indicates the percentage of total expenses spent directly on mission-related activities. For most grantors, a high program expense ratio signals efficiency and dedication to the cause, making the nonprofit more appealing for funders. Donors, too, are more likely to support organizations where the bulk of their contributions directly fund programs rather than administrative costs. Another way to look at the program expense ratio is how many cents for every dollar spent are going to the mission. Public image and transparency. In an age of increasing transparency, the public expects nonprofits to use their resources efficiently. Charitable watchdog organizations like Charity Navigator and Candid rate nonprofits based on financial health, often giving higher scores to organizations with strong program to overhead ratios. Failing to allocate expenses properly or having high administrative costs could damage a nonprofit's reputation, dissuading donors and partners from supporting the organization. IRS compliance and minimum requirements. For 501c3 organizations, proper expense allocation is not just a best practice, it's a legal requirement. Nonprofits must report their expenses accurately on IRS Form 990, breaking down cost into program services, management, and general and fundraising. While the IRS does not mandate a specific program expense ratio, nonprofits that misclassify expenses or fail to maintain reasonable ratios could face penalties or jeopardize their tax-exempt status. National benchmarks by sector. While the IRS does not require a minimum program expense ratio, industry standards have emerged. Common benchmarks by sector include education and research, 80% program, 10% management, 10% fundraising. Human services, 75% program, 12% management, 13% fundraising. Health, 85% program, 7% management, 8% fundraising. Arts and culture, 70% program, 15% management, 15% fundraising. Environmental animal welfare, 78% program, 12% management, 10% fundraising. Most watchdog groups recommend nonprofits allocate at least 65 to 75% of expenses to program services. Organizations that fall significantly below this standard may raise red flags with grantors, donors, and the public. Maintaining a strong program expense ratio and proper functional expense allocation will not only enhance your nonprofit's credibility, but also ensure compliance and sustain donor support. So you're seeing here, most watchdog groups recommend 65, 75%, okay, go to program services, which means 25 to 35% goes to administration. Let's continue with this one. Big nonprofit spending. Where do the dollars go? Syracuse University. If you've ever donated to a nonprofit or perhaps worked for one, you may wonder where all of those donation dollars end up. A key question that donors often want to know is how much of a charity's funds are spent serving people in need. According to Charities Review Council, at least 65% of funds should be spent on the total annual expenses for programs, no more than 35% on fundraising and administration combined, although there could be acceptable reasons for deviation from that standard. Charity Watch considers a charity to be highly efficient when the program spending is 75% or higher. Okay, and there's some more information there. But you can see that the consensus here is 35% goes to wherever you want it to. So Adrian may have been off in assuming 60%. Some will do 60 though. Some will do 50. Some will do 40. Some will do 30. And some will do 25. But if you're getting grants, if you're getting fundraising, if you're getting multiple lines of grants in, you don't know how big you can grow that nonprofit. So yes, was there potential benefit for those employed by the nonprofit that would be established in Rick's name? Absolutely. Okay. Now next, I'd like to go into my next segment here. Let's see. Now the next segment, in order to finish up with this discussion of the fundraiser, I want to bring up a transcript that I produced. This was Luke Nicholas speaking a year ago, right after the conclusion of the fundraiser. And I think it's very important that we all read this together, okay? So I'll read this with you all. And again, this is Luke speaking at the conclusion of the fundraiser a year ago. It says, I don't like that people like Carol Weinecke and David Hennessy are getting attacked by little CJ over there. In short, the fundraiser wasn't perfect. It was never going to be perfect. In a case as complex as the Richard Allen case, what is perfect? But the fundraiser in particular, as I've said on Twitter, there's never, to my knowledge, there's never been an online fundraiser specifically for defense experts, for general legal expenses. Or yes, for general legal expenses. All right, and he says here, and I was involved in the fundraiser. I helped Kara and I helped David through some of the legalities because one of my past careers was as a contracts lawyer. And some of the hoops we had to jump through were contracts. Contracts with Stripe, contracts with Pay It To, etc. And it turns out that Stripe had never thought about what if somebody wants to fundraise for legal experts. They never thought about it because it's never been done. Never been done. Karen Reed, many others have raised funds online for general legal expenses. And according to the Stripe terms of service, that's fine. And that's the contract that governs, the financial transactions. We went at it a different way. We were raising specifically for defense experts. And so we hit a roadblock. We hit roadblocks twice, two or three times. We had a roadblock days before CJ got involved with his fundraiser, but we got through it. That was a matter of compliance because beyond the actual contract from Stripe, there are laws called Know Your Client, KYC, or in your case, CJKY jelly for your wife, for her strap-on. Anyway, KYC laws and the Stripe contract mean that there were extra legal burdens, documentary burdens on us to be able to establish or enable fundraising to happen. But we were able to get through it with some work on the part of Kara and David. And these are good people, and absolutely pisses me off to see them being attacked. It's completely ridiculous seeing what, some young guy who's never done anything to attacking some of the most primed and experienced lawyers in America. Just because they didn't get a few compliance hoops right, when actually this is the first time in history we've done this, that doesn't sit well with me, CJ. And okay, your 26-hour drunken live stream was quite entertaining, and I watched it a few times. But and yeah, you raised $8,000. I think Richard Allen and his attorneys are going to be incredibly grateful for that. Forever. And that's something you should be proud of. The fact is, you raised $8K when you came along. When you came along, we were already at $32K. So in the end, for every dollar raised, we raised 4, you raised 1. Okay? Good. It's a team effort. But don't sit there acting like Mother Teresa just because you sat in front of a fucking computer for 26 hours drinking beer. And as far as the scheduled stream that you had, that was scheduled for April 19th. If you hadn't scheduled that, the fundraiser wouldn't have received all the attention that it did. Stripe wouldn't have got all the emails and letters they did saying, oh, look, this is against your term of service because it's about defense experts. It's not about general counsel. So frankly, I don't think anyone would want you on board at a fundraiser ever again either. But that $8,000 you should be proud of, You drank those beers, you entertained, and people donated. So I think Richard Allen thanks you for that. But you shouldn't attack Kara and David. I think it's unbecoming of you. They're good people. Like I said, Kara, especially, studied long hours when she was your age. Trust me. She was studying or working, not sitting around in front of a fucking computer. Okay? So that's what I'm going to say. Beyond that, there's nothing wrong with having respect for women. Doesn't make you a simp. I got 3 daughters. Many of us have wives, sisters, daughters, mothers. Frankly, in a few years, if somebody spoke to one of my daughters or somebody put one of my daughters in the state of anxiety that that CJ has put the Unraveling Girls in, fucking track you down, brother. I'll hang you up, skin you from your fucking scalp to your little toe. You don't do that. There's no need. You can make your point about a case or a political point, whatever you want to make. There's no need. To me, it suggests that you feel undermined by them. You feel threatened by them. But again, that speaks more about you than it does them. Just remember, you have a mom. We all have a mom. Many of us have daughters. Would you want them to feel them that level of anxiety just because they felt a certain way about an issue? No, it's not okay. To briefly address the issue of where I am and why I was involved in the fundraiser, when I was out of the country, I have a green card. I'm a U.S. resident. I'm out of the country at the moment. Some of us have passports. Some of us know how to use airplanes. That's all I'm going to say on that. I hope you find your way, CJ. I think you were a great asset to an important topic. It doesn't matter if you think Richard Allen is guilty or otherwise, but your style was an important innovation. The humor and intelligence that you infused into the topic probably got people interested in criminal justice who weren't interested before, and that's a great outcome. Ultimately, I think Delphi will probably have got many more people interested in criminal justice who weren't previously interested in it. And whatever the outcome of the trial, it's a good thing, because the more people are interested in criminal justice in America, the more honest it will be. And we all need that. So it's pretty interesting. So yes, Luke was involved in the fundraiser, claims to have a green card and be a U.S. resident, expressed a lot of violence towards little CJ for making the unraveling girls nervous and being mad at Kara and David. So what happened? Here's a question. What happened with this fundraiser a year and a few months ago? What happened? What went down between CJ and, remember, the young lady who was assisting? I don't want to say her name. She probably doesn't want to be named. But remember, there was CJ and there was a young lady who was assisting Hennessy, as far as I'm aware. She had a YouTube channel. She's disappeared. And you had Luke, Carol Weinecke, Michael Osbrook. So it's funny, isn't it? Because I really want you to think here. Remember, the title of the show is Mean Girls, Fundraiser, BG Video Leak. Now, pick up what I'm putting down here. You've got a handful of the same people. A year ago, this group was intimately involved in the fundraiser. Fundraiser was very contentious. Remember all of this he just described, CJ, and with the young lady who got stressed out of the situation, washed her hands of it. What happened behind the scenes that would have caused two people involved to jump ship, one to leave YouTube permanently, and one to totally flip the script and go in a war with these people? And that's who he was referring to. All right? Then you fast forward. Because remember, I told you before, Murder Sheet alleged that Luke Nicholas and Carol Weinecke had created a website to accompany this fundraiser. Okay? Funny thing, though, because October 30th, Richard Allen's found guilty. The website is created. The new website. These same people, okay? Osbrook somehow gets a hold. There's so many stories, you don't even know what to think, okay? There's so many stories. Does he get a hold of the video from Andy Baldwin? Does Andy Baldwin send him the video? Or does Andy Baldwin send him the phone extraction to work on the motion to correct error? Does Andy Baldwin know you're going to extract that video from that? Are you going to retrieve the video from the phone extraction? Does he indeed give the green light to publish it on the internet? Same group of people released a video onto the world like a nuclear bomb onto the Delphi world. Within a week, there's chaos about the contract, right? Same people. I raise a little hell in the form of questions. I start raising hell about it all. And I've shown you in the prior 7 episodes, I've shown you the chaos that ensued on Twitter. Okay? Now, there's more. Okay? Let me get back to what I'm trying to do because I just messed everything up here. Let's see. Let's see. I guess I got to go to here. All right, so I'm going to bring this up now because we're going to shift into part 2 of the show now. Just pardon me for a moment, please. All right, so I want you to see this because I want to reference a community post, okay? So we're going to back it up. Let's see. All right, so we're going to move into this BG video. All right, so this is a post that I made some time ago. This says 5 days. Has it really only been 5 days? Jesus, it seems like it's been a week and a half or 2. Okay, 5 days ago, it says, did Michael Osbrook and his minions unwittingly release discovery in an ongoing double homicide case in Indiana? Some people are trying to change the subject to distract you with silly questions about a contract that they tried to pressure Kathy Allen into signing. The two are not the same. The BG video is likely discovery that was possibly stolen and publicly released in order to promote a viral marketing scheme aimed at gathering email addresses to be later used to solicit donations in a series of ongoing fundraiser campaigns. The contract is a dead issue that Mrs. Allen was never going to sign in the first place, and one which she is not only aware, but grateful for my publishing and explaining on my platform. Newsflash, I don't need your approval. Question, why are you all escalating in the past several days? Is it too hard to just admit what you all did and answer the simple questions about it? Or do you absolutely know that you did something wrong? Is it fear? Here are my 10 questions for the mean girls on the BG video leak controversy, which I am sure shall remain unanswered. All right. Well, let me see. How did the video from Liberty German's phone extraction get onto the website? And whose hands did it pass through between it leaving Baldwin's office and it being posted on the website? So here's what I want to do real quick, because I think this will be, let me see. Yeah, we'll go one by one because you're going to see the response that came after this, okay? So before we even go too far, please think about each of these questions, okay? And I want you to think about the tone of these questions, the issues raised in these questions, and the reasonability of these questions. Okay? So once again, I say, here are some questions, okay? How did the video from Liberty German's phone extraction get onto the website? Okay, that's a question. Whose hands did it pass through between leaving Baldwin's office and being posted on the website? That's a question. Those are the most basic and simple questions that could be asked about it. Okay. Then I get a little more specific. Who handed it from Baldwin to the next person? Was it Osbrook, as he claimed? Who passed the video to Luke? Was it Angela, as Osbrook implied? Was it someone else? What really happened? Without all the sidestepping and sleight of hand, what really happened? Simple, basic answers. And I say, when we mention chain of custody, we mean, please detail each and every person's hands the video passed between, all the way from Andy Baldwin's office to its eventual release on the website. Please provide receipts every single step of the way for all the things that you are claiming. So the reason I made this question was because there was some consternation. They were mocking over the use of the term chain of custody. Well, apparently, neither of them have ever asked Google, what does chain of custody mean? Because if they should do so, they would realize that this term chain of custody has a specific meaning in almost every level of context that it's used. For instance, there's a legal meaning. There's a forensic meaning. There's a informal meaning. It depends on what you're talking about as to what this means, which is why I said what we mean is, because we're not going to parse our words here. So we're not going to say, you said chain of custody, you don't even look smart, so we're not answering that question. No. We're going to answer. We're going to ask the question that we mean to ask, and this is what you should be answering. So ignore the word chain of custody since your brains can't handle that word. Ask yourself this question, which is on the other side of the colon. Okay, meaning this is what we want to know. Please detail each and every person's hands the video passed between, all the way from Andy Baldwin's office to its eventual release on the website. Furthermore, please provide receipts every single step of the way for all the things that you will be claiming. All right, but apparently that was too difficult. Next, I asked, was there a coordinated plan for the rollout of the video to be set into motion by the posting of the notice appeal on my case across multiple YouTube channels? That is, R&M Productions, Criminality, and Andy Kopsa. Who was responsible for this coordinated rollout? Why did you ask that question, Prof? Because it's very apparent that there absolutely was a coordinated plan for the rollout, because it's absolutely clear if you go back and look at the footage. It's absolutely clear that this whole thing was set into motion by the notice of appeal on my case, and Carol Weinecke indicates as much on the Andy Kopsa show. There was a coordinated plan, and it was across multiple channels because, remember, R&M Productions went live to premiere it, then immediately sent everyone over to Criminality to have a community discussion on it, and Andy Kopsa covered it with Kara and Michael. That's why I ask, was there a plan? I'm asking the question I already know the answer to, and then I'm asking, who was responsible for this coordinated rollout? Who was responsible for the coordination of this rollout? Whose plan is it? Was it? Then I asked further questions. that were also apparent. Why, during her breaking full Bridge Guy video release live stream, did Angela Solowski act as if she had no idea who released the video, no knowledge of its pre-planned release, and no knowledge of who was behind the website, when we now know that all not to be true? Okay, Angela acted as if she had no idea who released the video, no knowledge that there was a pre-planned release, and no knowledge of who was behind the website, and we know that all not to be true. So why did she LARP within a LARP? Furthermore, another question that's extremely pertinent and relevant to this issue: did Andrew Baldwin knowingly give the quote unquote video to you all with the intent that it be publicly posted on the website? Did he? You've all claimed that he did in various ways. So the question is, if so, as you say, who did he personally give the permission to? And in what format? Was it by text message, email, or phone call? Did he give permission? And if he did, who did he give it to? Please provide receipts for this permission if it exists. Is that a reasonable question? Because the claims have been from day one. The claims these people have made, this handful of people, they've made the claim that Andy Baldwin knowingly gave the video with the intent that it be released on the website. And I am asking, if that's so, who did he give this permission to, and how? And show the receipts for it. And then I say, why did Mr. Baldwin initially outright deny that the video came from him? And why did he and Jennifer Auger then write a press release condemning you all for the release? Furthermore, who specifically blackmailed the defense in order to prevent them from publishing the press release they had drafted condemning you all for the release? And what was the exact nature of the threat? Remember? Someone who knows was like, motherfucker, you better not, because we will like out you. I mean, do I still have that in my collection here? Hold on. I might actually have that quote.
So it's like, it takes a village, right? You have defense counsel who was not willing to incorporate the village, right? They were weird about it. Yeah. They didn't know about it. But then you have these other attorneys who are wanting to work for free and come out of their own pockets and have come out of their own pockets, who see the value in utilizing and being part of the village.
And by the way, these are two attorneys who stepped up and defended Brad and Andy and saved their careers. Brad and Andy were facing contempt charges and serious allegations, and literally got thrown off of a high-profile case for misconduct, allegedly. That's a big deal, and that is something that follows you for life. And Kara and Michael, both in separate ways, came to their defense and put forth excellent arguments and work and saved their fucking asses. And they didn't have to do that, and they didn't expect to be paid handsomely in exchange for that. So now for people to turn around and act like Kara and Michael have at any point done any of this for their own benefit or their own gain, like Kara's on the road doing oral arguments all the time. She's quite busy. Michael's busy winning habeas cases. Like, it's the most disingenuous bullshit. And for trial counsel to not be bending over backwards to go to bat for them now, I said this earlier, I'll say it again. I'm not here to like cast judgment unfairly, but when I see some shit that really disturbs me, I'm going to say the lack of integrity that I've seen from people who I held in very high esteem has been baffling.
Same.
Baffling. I just feel like the state is infiltrating, and the reality is they are, and they do, and they always will. And the frustrating thing is that had the defense just agreed, just followed through on what they promised, which was transparency from the beginning, a neutral platform to put out the exhibits and put out the evidence and follow through with that plan instead of burying their heads in the sand and getting cold feet and pussying out at the last minute and letting all the bullshit and all the heat fall on people that didn't even have the authority to do that anyway, you know, and had they just stood firm in their convictions for once, like they did back when they filed the Franks memo. I don't know what happened to those men that we respected, but had they just done that, the mess that we're in right now, I don't think would be nearly as like loud or predominant. It wouldn't be the main thing. The mess is always going to be around, but the thing that the state has working in their favor from day one is that they hide the truth. And the only way that Rick is going to get out is if the truth comes out, and that's not going to happen. Anyone who trusts Judge Gohl and Jody to put all the evidence on their little flash drives, I can't even tell you. We've learned nothing. It's great, and I'm grateful to people who are requesting exhibits because that needs to happen. But wouldn't it be better if the defense attorneys just fucking released their own exhibits and their own work product on their own neutral platform? Like, why are they not doing that? I can't give you an answer except.
Well, I know you were asking that a week or two earlier. Like, why didn't the defense attorneys just put them out?
They literally can. What the fuck are they doing? I've been so back and forth with I'm here. I'm hopeful that here soon I actually have a project that I should be working on instead of yapping for 3 hours, because it's to the point now where like people want to help. If they're not going to be able to help with what they're offering to help for, then they're going to help in other ways, right? And public access has been a huge fucking problem. So I think that put through us under the bus after wrapping an anvil around our necks. Yeah, basically.
Hey, Luke.
That's true.
Yeah.
And it's so funny. So it's really funny. So before these exhibits started going out, I was like, and I know Angela was too, like the big thing was, like, if you're going to do something, do it all the way. Like when people were saying that we were responsible for, like, you know, the decision to post the video, and we post the video, and like, I've already said my piece on it, so I don't need to keep going. But like, if I had access to all the shit, I'd have put all the shit on the website the day that I uploaded. Like, no one would have knew about the website until all the shit was up there. Like, I would have released literally everything. So it's when you make a plan, if you're going to like pussy out of the plan, do it before it starts going into motion. Because let's say you had good intentions. Well, now you look like you had maybe not so good intentions. Like, you were putting out a particular narrative or whatever. And I'm here to tell you that I know that Angela harped on that a lot, was like, you look maybe not how you wanted to look by doing this. You should have done nothing at all, number one. And once the state starts releasing things, you've basically lost your chance to post stuff, because anything you put on there after that is going to look retaliatory, I guess, rather than about transparency. So I want you to see all the things. Well, now it's going to be, well, they put out the interrogations. Why didn't the defense put out the interrogations? Because they knew that Rick looked guilty. Like, that's what's going to go around, when they should have just put everything out. Yeah, they did. By just putting out that video, made them look worse. It made everything worse.
I'm going to try.
Yeah, so I'm going to stop it there, but why did you attack all those asking reasonable and pertinent questions regarding this video's release. Why did you attack? Are any of these basic questions ever going to be addressed 3 months later about the leaking of this video with direct, simple, and honest questions? And like I say, they will say, no one cares about this. He's just using these questions to make a mountain out of a molehill. There's something out of nothing. No one cares about this. Yeah, but yet there's 75 likes and 43 comments where people are echoing the sentiment. You see? All right. 75 likes, 43 or whatever comments. Look, here's one. I haven't been following the situation closely, but these seem like reasonable questions to me, says True Crime Design. Weird how the defense agreed per the 10/20/24 order not to argue the authenticity of the video at trial. Yes, it is weird. Only to release it publicly afterwards? Why? Who's pulling the strings here? Are there any honest actors in pursuit of justice here? Really disappointed. You see? We're not the only ones asking these questions. And so I say, So there were some things, okay? So I want to follow up. Okay, so there were some things. Let's see. See if I can figure out where to start here. Like I said, this is a long 3-part show, and I apologize for that, but it is what it is at this point. Okay. Oop. Okay, so I'll start with this. So literally, it's very, very interesting. Okay, so let me back it up. Okay, so remember, these are the questions, right? All right, so these are the questions. And it's very interesting because almost immediately, when I posted this community post, this went up. Okay. It says, and now anyone interested in my answers, exhaustive, painfully explicit, and final. Okay. And Shabugi says, hi, Prof. Here's at least my formal response. Go fuck yourself with a hot iron poker, you old-ass predator-ass piece of shit whose own father never loved him. Delphi Docs. Andy is going live with Get My Name Out of Your Mouth. Again, this is almost immediately after I make the post. Andy Kopsa goes live. During her live, she calls me a number of things that I really don't appreciate, like I'll skip it. Okay. But an infuriating thing, she accuses me of calling Michael Osbrook the N-word, which the insanity with people, you cannot fight. Let me just say this. When you put yourself on the internet, you will be subject to abuse. Okay. I've called Michael Osbrook a lot of things, but I never have called him the N-word, nor would I ever. because I don't use the N word as an insult in my life. But the odd thing is Andy Kopso went on a tirade. She totally refused not only to answer the questions, but she mocked the mere fact that questions were being asked. And remember, these are the questions we just looked at. These very basic, simple questions. The most simple questions you could ask about this video. And remember, I showed you earlier, some of the viewers themselves of R&M Productions had these same questions. Remember, I showed you, right? Remember that? These questions that I showed? Oh, that's not it. It's this one. All right. Remember these questions? Is it enhanced? Where'd this come from? Who is it from? Is it enhanced? Right? But look here at Sadlowski. This is interesting here. Here's my official statement. Your mom gave it to me while she blew me. Capiche? Really? Your mom gave it to me while she blew me? Capiche? Do you indeed have a penis? Now, you see, the thing about it is I really love my mom because she's a fucking beautiful, sweet lady. How you think it's appropriate to bring my mom into valid questions being asked about you leaking the Bridge Guy video and disrespecting my mother sexually, that my mom blew you? Really? Oh, and you're the innocent woman who Prof attacks for just existing on the internet. You're the poor Angela. I hate to tell you this, because it's going to be the world. Your world will come down crashing on you, like your marriage. But my mother, who luckily is still with us, is 1,000 times the woman you will ever be, and there will never be anything that you can do about that. But by the next morning, 6:05 a.m. my time, Andy Kopso had decided to make the video members only, because it was insane. Yes, it was. And an hour later, took down last night's video. Now the excuse is that I accidentally had private information of another person. We'll edit out. We'll re-upload it at the highest tier of membership. Money, money, money. And it wasn't long until she had another change of heart. I'm taking down all my stuff. Let them make of it what they will, because they will anyway. If you need a video with Delphi info, please let me know and I can share a private link with you. This is why I tried to leave once before. Now I'm done. I'll skip this one. And then there was some response to those. Remember, this is all about those questions. Okay, remember what this is all about. This is all about that community post. Okay? me find my spot I just lost. So he goes after recovering alcoholics, foster children, families of murder victims, the Patties, calls women vile names. Yes. Uses derogatory language towards the LGBTQ community. No. I called one of them something, but it's not the entire community. I was specifically directing that at Michael Osbrook. Stalks, harasses, and defames professionals for simply not agreeing with him. Well, that's fantasy world, just like your horse fucking stable. Why is he even allowed to still exist? Oh, because differences of opinion should not exist in Christine Barrow's world. He's a vile, tiny little man hiding in his tiny little piano room, smearing the name of good people because he is irrelevant and no one wants to have anything to do with him, except all my viewers and my lovely chat members. Seems the high priest of truth and transparency, who always tell you the truth, now says I have minions, and I guess he's planning on serving up some surf and turf, porpoise steak and filet mignon, inedible. Oh, I should have said this, shared this sooner, but work has been unusually busy. My husband, Joel Weinecke, has taken a new position at Child Advocates. I'm excited to see what the future holds for him. Prof, since I know you're reading this, I have a couple of things to raise. Since you have expressed great concern for malicious websites capturing people's personal information and email addresses, I came across some startling info on your own merch website, and I have grave concerns. Here are some examples of what I found so far. What kind of operation are you running, Prof? Name, address, user behavior, email, IP addresses? Why are you stealing people's email addresses? Are you trying to use them for fundraising efforts? Even my bull Mandamus expressed his alarm. There's much more to review, and since Mandamus and I don't have 4 hours to read through it on YouTube, it's been documented, and I will be completing as time allows. Okay, listen. There's a whole world of difference between Spreadshirt, who is the #1 merchandise provider for YouTube, and a private website that Luke Nicholas runs. Speaking of which, notice the obsession. Okay, notice. Oh, what's all this about? That guy looks familiar. Obsessed much? Oh, that looks familiar. Obsessed much? Oh, what is that about? Kind of weird, man. Kind of weird. Is your channel all about me? Let's see, Curious Luke, 261 subscribers. I see stupid people everywhere, and it's all about the prof. I thought you're an important law school graduate who works a full-time job and cares about advocating for Richard. Is this advocating for Richard Allen? Sorry, cough. And then there's another weirdo. I thought this was a weird response too. Unhinged lunatic rant caught on YouTube in which I put horror faces over the prof. The issue? He wasn't asked when a defense attorney released a public exhibit from trial, meaning he could no longer sell it as planned. No. By the way, I noticed True Crime Newbie here. No. Okay, the issue, he wasn't asked when a defense attorney released a public exhibit from trial. He wasn't asked. Yeah, I didn't expect to be asked a goddamn thing. When a defense attorney released, did a defense attorney release? Did Andy Baldwin release? A public exhibit. Well, hold on, because we got to clarify this point. It's become very clear to me that the exhibit released on the website, I'm sorry, I'm messing up. It's hard language. I've said a lot of words tonight. It's become absolutely clear to me, okay, factually, that what was released on the website, the video released on the website, claimed to be the original video from Liberty German's phone. It's absolutely clear to me now that it was not an exhibit in trial, which means it's going to have different metadata, it's going to have different links, and it's going to have different looks. What was presented at trial seems to be different than what is posted on the website. So if what is posted on the website is actually the video that was extracted from Liberty German's phone in its pure state, and if what was released are turned into exhibits that was shown to the jurors were excerpts from that video or modifications of it, then it means that yes, the excerpts that were presented are exhibits and belong to the public, but that the original, which it all derives from, is not technically an exhibit. And that's the fucking problem. If it was never an exhibit, then you've released discovery. Exhibit is a technical term, meaning something that has an exhibit number and is very well known and a specific thing that is usually released by the court. Meaning he could no longer sell it as planned. There was no plan to sell. Okay. Yeah. I monetized it and put it on a video that got struck by Gray Media. So who gives a shit? I mean, what is it? 30 cents of ad revenue in the course of 6 months? Sell it. There's no way to sell it. Okay. This is not about spinning or selling it. It's about people wanting to know, because it's the most crucial piece of evidence in this case that people have worried about for 6 to 7 to 8 years, depending on who they are. But nobody asked me, you're a bunch of asses, so I'm going to have hurt feelings and lose my shit, bitches. Stop making me appear as though I'm a nutbag. No fair. Sure, because I'm the nutbag. All right, so we're done with that. Let me see what I have next. We have to move on to another issue that I have to clear up, because the mean girls, all they do is lie. Okay. Michael Osberg says, we're very dishonest people. No, sir. I'd like to show you this. Okay. This says, Shaboogies, this is either Lori or Adrian, and it better not be the fucking last option. And this user says, you are a genius. That is why the lawyers hang out with you. What if I was Adrian? What are you going to do about it? And as you can see, there's a little cursor or whatever you call it, because the person who sent me this must have screenshot it before she hit send. Okay. But a person sent me this, and it's a female. But then it's kind of interesting that Delphi Doc says, dumbass undercover, remember to send the reply first instead of screenshotting the draft. Well, dumbass docs, it wasn't my draft to screenshot. Okay. What's funny, because my friend, she got back with me and she said, Prof, I'm going to show them that we're two different people. So let me see. How can I fix this? Let's see. Boom. So she went and replied, and she said, why do you believe that only men can stand up to bullies? Why do men always think it's a joke when a woman does say no? Why do men make fun of rape? I don't know, but luckily as a woman, I'm safe from men like you. Replying to True Crime Keith and Curious Luke. And that's Blue Scout Calypso Moon 1, who is not the Prof. And here we go with another hit. Shaboogies. Hey, Prof, clip this for tonight. You're a 47-year-old fucking loser whose own father hated him. I get why you became a narcissist. Not really your fault, but here we are. I can't imagine my dad going off on his Facebook about what a loser I am, how I just knocked women up with no means of raising a child, and how I stole money from him. Like, ouch. But my father also loved me, so, wouldn't happen. Anyway, have fun tonight while your adult son sits in lockup for attempted murder and stalking of a child. All right, I got to correct you because this is all insanity. So let's step through this. I'm going to step through it. Okay. 47-year-old, correct. Fucking loser. No, not correct. Whose father hated him. No, my father loves me, actually. He's a very loving man. He has a traumatic brain injury at this point. I get why you became a narcissist. I'm not a narcissist. Not really your fault. Well, no, it's not because I'm not. But here we are. Yes, here we are. I can't imagine my dad going off on his Facebook about what a loser I am, how I just knock women up with no means of raising a child, how I stole money from him, like, ouch. Oh, put the brakes on. Here's the thing, Shaboogies. Because you're so fucking stupid and self-centered, you've obviously believed a screenshot that someone else put up on their YouTube channels, because I saw that screenshot. And here's the thing, Sweet Cheeks. I have 5 brothers. Of course, one was killed, so there's 4 of us remaining. Okay, I also have a sister. That father you're speaking of has 5 boys. One of them technically is a, what do you call it? Step brother of mine. In other words, one of them's a step. That message that you saw with my dad bitching someone out 15 years ago or 10 years ago, yes, he was bitching out my stepbrother who had defaulted on a loan or something that was under my dad's name. Listen, when I left home at 17 years old, my father was so proud of me because I had a full scholarship to 3 colleges. I was pride and joy. I never asked him for a cent. I don't owe him a cent. Never used his credit to take out a loan on anything. Never knocked up a woman without a means of raising a child because I've been employed gainfully since I was 12 years old, all the way through college and ever after college. So I never needed to leech off my father. So the fact that you are talking out of your ass because you have no idea what you're talking about, that he's actually talking about my stepbrother, and possibly there may have been another one at my my other brother. So you should figure out before you go running your mouth that my father is a father to 5 boys. And you might not be so quick to jump and run your mouth. Kathy Allen didn't want the PCI. No, that's not true. That's not true. Hold on. Let's straighten this one out. This is not about the PCI. This is about Michael Losbrook and the YouTubers. Got it? And why does the convicted man's spouse get to decide if someone investigates the murders he was convicted for? Why does the convicted man's spouse get to decide? Because she has powers of attorney over which attorneys they hire. There's zero logic here. We disregard the wishes of a dead girl's grieving family who was asking the convicted man not to appeal his conviction because it is not their decision. We supported the appeal anyway because that appeal is a right. I support the appeal as well. Good. No one gets to decide that the investigation into what happened to them must stop. No one's saying it must stop. The least of all, the family of the man convicted for their murders. It's an insanely bad look. See, you're conflating. You're doing what you all do. You conflate, okay? You do the straw man. Kathy and Rick Allen can hire whoever the fuck they want to do whatever the fuck they want. And it's as simple as that. So you're making an issue into something that's not an issue because you think that you all have to be the ones behind it, which is analogous to what the girl was saying about rape. You know what I mean? Like you're literally, why don't you understand the woman has said no? Okay. Where were we? I don't know where we were. Oh, is that it? That may be it as far as that goes. Let's see. Make sure I'm not going to put the wrong thing up here. All right. So, hey, good news. Good news. That is it. Okay. That is it. So, bottom line, remember, I did my last show a week ago. Okay. So, part 7, Prof Friday Night Fights, in which I showed you 30 other ridiculous screenshots, was just a week ago. It was just Friday. So, all of this you've just seen is just in the past 6 days. And I ask you, why? What's the problem with asking simple questions about something so important? Because let me say, these people expected to operate a 501c3 when you saw the integrity required. You know, remember in those screenshots I showed? Listen, let's get back to that. Remember how these screenshots said why transparency, okay, transparency is important, right? Transparency, trust, remember? Okay? If you cannot be transparent and honest about something so fucking simple as the BG video that you released, okay, no one caused you, no one made you, no one forced you to take that video and put it on your website. The thousands of people who care about the Delphi murders had questions about this video. And we asked the most simple questions. How did it get from the extraction to the website? Who did it? Who had permission? Who gave permission? Where's the receipts? Tell the truth. And for all of these simple questions, for you to go on for 3 months with the most insane, illogical, fallacious, harassing, rude, vile statements. My mother, my father, my son. When you're asking simple questions of people, and this is the response you get, it's a huge indicator that something is wrong. It's a fear response. Okay? Now, as I mentioned, that Rick Allen website, the page that this video was posted on is kind of ironic because it was called Transparency. Where's the transparency? Remember in the transcript I was reading the phrase that I told you at the beginning to pay attention to and remember? I'm going to read that phrase again for you because it's how they started off, okay? Where Luke said, the way he was asking the questions was really difficult to answer. Not because I didn't want to answer them, but because of the way he was framing them. So it was a lose-lose situation no matter, I have my side of the story. He wouldn't give me space in which to actually put my side of the story because it didn't fit the pre-made narrative he had. Okay. Where's the transparency? These questions are not framed in some way that's going to trap anybody. They're just the most basic questions about the most basic situation. And they love to parade around this response that Andy Baldwin gave. Now, notice who instigated that, by the way. The name will sound familiar. Shaboogies. Okay, so Andy Baldwin's on Bob Motta. And Shaboogies puts up a leading question about the video. But notice how Andy Baldwin responded to that. Because they tried to make it look like it was some validation of their claims that Andy released the video. That's not what I saw. It's not what I saw. And we all saw the same thing. I mean, I almost want to show it to you, but I don't feel like getting it out of here. But I have it here in my database here. I got it. I'm trying to look for where's this question the way it was asked. I don't feel like messing with it, but a very leading question was asked of Baldwin, and he grimaced, looked insanely uncomfortable, like he didn't know what to say, and kind of just, I don't know how many of you saw that. It was Baldwin on Bob Motta responding to Shaboogi's prodding, trying to fish a response out of him about the video. So, hey, man, it's bad shit. It's bad shit. Okay. All right, y'all. So I'm going to, let's see, I'm going to put this up here. I invited a few people up to the panel, and if you're watching and you know that I invited you, please click the link and come on backstage. I invited a handful of people to come. We'll see who shows up tonight, but I hope some of my people come who I invited. I'm going to drop the link here and give you an opportunity to come backstage and get prepared. And I'm going to go refill my water because we're 3 hours in and my water's empty. But I wanted to now invite some of you on to talk because that's all I had. I wanted to get through that, and I thought it would take 2 hours, and it took 3. So apologize for that, but hopefully we'll have some people coming on in. Okay. All right. So let me go get my refill, and I will chill out for a minute. And hold on. Okay, I think we're getting back in business here. My throat is kind of wearing out on me. Meds or no meds, I'm running I'm running on the 3 hour mark. So let's see. Okay, so we got getting some people back here. Let's see, we got Miss Silenced. Let's see. I need to remove some stuffs in my way here. Let's see. Remove this. Remove this. And I need to redo the link. Paste. Okay, we're good. Let's see. Oops. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Hey, Miss Silenced.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Oh, loud and clear.
Okay, good.
Good. So we have a few other people that taking their time to come, but so you're early. Thanks for coming.
Okay, hi. I'm glad to be here. I always enjoy being on your show.
I enjoy having that was a it went longer than I thought. Jeez.
Right?
A lot to get through.
That's all right. We're all hanging out in the chat. This channel has the best chat on YouTube, you know?
Oh yeah, thank you. Hey, what's wrong with your arm there? You got a bandage or something?
I have I tweaked it a little bit, so I've got salon patches on there. They're just mint, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But nothing big. No new tattoos or anything.
Everyone says hi. Let's see. Hey, Heather Brown says hi. Hey, Heather. Heather, I saw your comments earlier. I was busy talking. I didn't want to say, don't worry about me. I'm not emotionally all messed up. So don't worry about it. I want to show you guys things so you can experience what I've experienced. That's why I take you on the trip with me. Okay.
It definitely puts some of our choices in perspective when you realize just how brutal it's been, you know?
Mm-hmm. Low Light Recovery, what's up? I saw you come in. I want to say hello to Zaddy, Christine, Paula, Carla Ann. A bunch of people came in while I was in progress. So thanks for everyone who came in except Sweet Dude Shibby. Sweet Dude Shibby, he's got me in between a rock and a hard place now because I have the chat up on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And so he knows he can do me. What's up, Adrian? Fur Baby Daddy, Christina. Yeah, Sweet Dude Shibby has total control over my show right now because he's up on the screen, so I can't I can't censor him.
Yeah, you know, he'll behave, won't you?
Yeah, thank you, Christina. I was trying to find the screenshot of that and the little clip I have of it, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, Andy said protecting Allison was of utmost importance, and that's supposed to be. I don't know, man. This is just what I'm saying. When we're asking the most simple questions, let's just have simple answers. And this is the thing that they were also saying in the transcript I read at the beginning. Is they say that Rick Allen needs people out there talking about his case and et cetera, and it's only been 5 tweets a day about Rick Allen's case. But it's like, well, yes, because it's been 35 tweets a day about how evil the Prof is, or, Adrian, or whatever, or Erica. And I'm at the point where it's like, look, sometimes you have to look in the mirror.
Right. Right. So I did some diving today, and I have watched several videos that pertain to me, apparently. I'm a way more common topic of conversation than I realized, because I'm just a woman doing her job. So I'm gonna do a live tomorrow and take those things on one at a time, nice and calm, and clear up some confusion. Because I don't know if we're dealing with legitimate confusion or malice. Like it's hard to tell at this point. So I will do my best to answer everything that I can like normal, except for, now it's going to be personal stuff about me, because apparently I've been a busy girl running around mucking things up everywhere. So,
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, according to Mr. Osbrook, there's only one person who's responsible for the whole kibosh, as it's called, and but that person remains unnamed. So
Right.
it's a guessing game. It could be any one of us.
Right. And they claim to know which one. What I think is odd is that there's eyes focused on everyone on the outside, but I wonder if they've looked inside their house. You know what I mean? It's real easy to assume that someone else did something when you don't self-reflect and realize that sometimes your own people will betray you. Just saying.
Oh, who's come in? Diana. Hey, Diana.
Wait, I'm too early. I thought everybody else was here. Hold
They're
on.
coming.
Hey, Dirty.
Hey,
Hi,
meet Christine. Meet Silence, Diana.
Hi, Silence, aka Muty.
Muty Silence.
AKA Muty, yes. Poor
Hey.
Christine. I answered to them all.
I
But
heard
there's
what you
enough
were
of us
saying.
Christine, so I avoided that one because we've got,
Oh, cool.
the other Christine, we've got Christina,
There's so many Christines here.
right? We kind of screw it up sometimes on the phone, like, which version of Christine it is.
But you know what? All the Christines and Christinas here are so smart.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm the smartest, don't you know?
They're all my favorites. They're all my favorites. And Christina, I don't know if you guys know this Christina. Oh, hey, Christina. But Christina is the most beautiful with words. If you ever read her lengthy comments. Yeah.
So I got a question already from Oh Hey. We were offered $60 an hour to make copies of our notes. The first time the offer was made, we accepted it. Michael said that he would pay us 5 hours up front so that we could travel, because they're all the way down in Indianapolis and we haven't been paid for a while. So he wanted us to do some like Zoom type debriefings and whatever. But one must realize when you are paid or when you are owed over $40,000 in legitimate wages, the two of us combined, $60 an hour for 5 hours is not fair compensation for that. So it's not that we refuse to share any information, because that wasn't it, because Erica was still helping Osbrook after the sentencing. So because she thought everything was above board at the time, I thought everything was above board at the time. I came out and publicly announced when I stepped away, and it was shortly after sentencing. And you got to realize that we're professionals, right? So we have to worry about our careers going forward. So I massaged my little answer and said that I stepped away because I wanted to focus on the rest of the things going on in Delphi. And I needed that freedom in order to be able to do that. That is true. However, I also didn't like the treatment that we received. So, you know, you got to realize that when somebody has been doing their utmost, there's a reason we get paid $60 an hour. That was our billable rate for the duration of the time period that we billed was $60 an hour. There is a reason why we get paid that amount of money. Because the work we do is not only tough, it's dangerous. And so, you know, I was hesitant the first time, but then after the offer was made, we were like, great, send us the contract and the NDA. Because when you work for legal cases, an NDA is kind of always there. Well, Osbrook said that he could pay us for that day forward, right? He's not going to go retroactively, but from that day forward out of the fundraiser money. So we were like, okay, send us a contract. The contract never came. The NDA never came. So a few more weeks went by, and we're just like, this is a joke. We're not doing this. After a few weeks, he made that offer again. Only this time he said that the money had been sent back to Baldwin. So they didn't have the amount of funds to pay us that they thought they would have. So he was still offered 5 hours up front. He still offered $60 an hour, and then said that we would be employed by the Public Defender Council, because Erica is still a PI because she works for a PI firm. I do not. And, you know, Indiana doesn't license PIs. So unless you work for a lawyer or a law firm, or a lawyer or a PI firm, then you can't be a PI, right? So we were going to be employed by
was this before it went to appeals, after sentencing? When was this?
This was after sentencing, before the appeals.
Okay. Hey, I wanted to welcome Alex.
Oh, hey, Alex.
Yeah, what's up? How you guys doing?
Hey, it's Alex and Sage.
So what's going on? What's happening today?
And this is Diana and Silenced.
Nice to meet you, Silence. Nice to meet you, Diana. How you guys doing today? What's going on?
We're good. We're good.
Not much. We're crashing your stream while streaming ourselves at the same time. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Stream session. Yeah.
Stream session.
I don't know how we did it, but yeah, we figured it out. But yeah, we've been messing with music and shit, and you know all that good stuff. But damn, how you guys feeling tonight? What's going on tonight? Whoa! Sorry, I got my sampler plugged in. I got the sampler plugged into the audio shit. Like, you hear that shit?
I hear it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Make Diana dance.
Yeah, wait, I don't think. Ooh. Oh yeah, it's gonna blow out everybody's ears. So let's do that. But we had a good time.
Awesome.
But yeah. Fuck. What do you guys got planned for the weekend, man? It's Father's Day weekend.
Resting my throat. I'm still on medication treatment and everything. I'm dealing with illness.
Oh fuck yeah! I would clear it out, dude. I would do what is that shit? Do like the hottest pepper you could get from your nearest like fucking Mexican market or something. I don't know. But you need to like drink. You just like yeah. Let it all hang out, dude. Thank you for your kind words. Damn, your chat's going crazy right now, dude.
Yeah.
How'd you get that little the
overlay
overlay thing, dude?
It's a StreamYard button. StreamYard.
That's sick,
I'm on
man.
StreamYard. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming in good, dude. Yeah, dude.
What's up, StreamYard? I want my $25. Someone join up.
Total fucking StreamYard-ception right now, dude. But yeah, we've been studying the art of streaming, man. We've done it all by now, you know. But yeah, shout out to Noe too for the stream you did with me earlier. It was pretty good, man. Yeah, we did it all on the CRT with no issues.
Noe's such a good guy. I have a soft spot for him.
Yeah, it was a good one. Him. Yeah, he's a chill dude, man. I'm glad that I fucking ended up talking with him, you know.
Diana, do you know Noe? Have you met Noe?
I have. He actually came on, and
Oh,
he
nice.
was a brave one that came on my very first live.
Awesome. Yeah.
Dude, this shit is trippy, dude. God damn, it's tripped me out, dude. Cause dude, like it's like I'm a YouTube viewer and I'm on the stream at the same time. It's fucking, man, we're all MK'd out today, dude. Shit. Yeah, dude, we're gonna be learning more about this fucking bullshit. We're gonna get in there, man. Try VR or something later. But yeah, man, we just came in to say hi. You know, we're not blasted on alcohol or anything this time, or nothing crazy. But,
Not that that's anything wrong with that.
yeah, next time we will be for sure. Yeah.
Awesome.
It's a Friday.
Yeah,
You know.
amen.
It's Friday. It's our party, and I'm
Right.
telling you, anything you guys can talk and save my throat would be appreciated because I burn myself out.
Hell yeah, dude. Shit, I might go crashing. We might go on fucking TikTok or fucking other random streams, just start crashing them, dude. This
Crash
is
the
sick,
internet. You get the lighting looks nice tonight, man. Sage, you all right?
Yeah,
up?
man.
All right.
I'm the one that chose the lighting, by the way.
Yeah, he said he chose the lighting. Yeah, he likes it.
Awesome.
Looks like a Hot
I like
Wheels
it.
fucking bullshit. Yeah, it ain't so bad, man. It's good blend of colors. But yeah, you guys have a good fucking weekend. We just came by to say hi and shit. Take it easy and fucking peace out. You guys have a good one.
Peace
You
out.
too.
Peace out.
All right,
Everyone
later,
go watch
guys.
his stream with Noe. Thank you.
Hell yeah, dude. All right, later, guys.
Bye. So I want to answer a couple questions. First of all, if y'all are seeing what Christine is writing in the chat tonight,
Oh yeah.
she is 100% honest and correct on everything she has said so far.
Well, if you say
So,
one, I'll pull it up. How about that? If there's one you want.
Yeah, there are several.
First, I want
One
to
of
pull this one up. Hold on, because this is sweet. Look, Christina says, "Thank you for your kind words, Prof. Someone commented to me and asked, so did Chat GPT come up with all that?"
Oh, that's funny.
I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or be offended. It's a compliment. Okay.
So one of hers was he was never officially on the defense team. He helped with getting Andy back, and he wrote some motions, but he was not entitled to discovery. I'm not a lawyer, but yeah, she's probably right, or she is right.
Yeah, and I think there's this, I've said to you before, I think there is this, this kind of wiggle room where anyone who, I thought that if you are consulting with the defense, so if Andy Baldwin was consulting with Mr. Osbrook, that he could then, while being in a capacity of consultant, maybe sharing the discovery that was necessary for his consultations and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, so that I think there's that
in order to do
loophole.
that, Judge Ball required an NDA, and
Oh, yeah?
he has said several times that he did not sign an NDA, and that's why he's free to speak as much as he does now. So I don't know. I know what Andy Baldwin's NDAs look like, and it was a complete that's why you all didn't know who we were until a couple weeks before trial.
Yeah, I didn't. Right. Hello, Zaddy.
Were adhering to that,
Hey, what's happening?
NDA and the gag warrant. He would have been subject to both. So, there's that. I also wanted to answer Lowlight. Lowlight made a comment about that he heard something recently about a film and that the existence might be suggested by evidence at the crime scene. So I understand that. And so I'll use publicly available public record to answer that. So in the Franks memo, there was a mention of an indent, like a tripod indent at the scene. So the lawyers mentioned that. I personally know that a Faro scan was done at the crime scene. I didn't see the results, but I know that was done. So a Faro scan is that 360 view where they set up a camera and it takes 1 million pictures in a video. So it basically turns your crime scene into a 3D image almost, so that you can manipulate it around, and you can use it in court for exhibits, obviously. But you know, that way when officers are at their desk or at home, they can refresh their memory about what exactly was in the crime scene. And if they notice a spot here, it's easier to use the FARO-scan results to, you know, find out other spots that they may have missed, because sometimes you don't know what's important until you know what's important. So I suspect the tripod indents may have just been from this FARO-scan.
Oh, we don't know. Yeah. Let me
But
ask
we
you
don't
this.
know. I don't.
In addition to the FARO-scan, so I would assume that, can this FARO-scan be broken down into individual frames where it's a bunch of photos?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I didn't see what was done with it in this case, but I've watched lots of trials where FARO-scan is
So
used.
we might
slice and
assume
dice
that that FARO-scan could include hundreds and hundreds of crime scene photos that exist. And then would you also say that in addition, there are standard crime scene photos with like a standard camera as well?
Correct. Yeah.
And then there's maybe elevated photos on a ladder or from the
Yeah.
sky or something.
Yeah.
So when Mr. Osbrook has been talking a lot recently about getting the crime scene photos that don't show the bodies.
Those are sealed.
So they were all sealed, but I guess what he was saying in that transcript I was reading was that the attorneys could have requested that the ones be not sealed that did not. And that's upsetting too, because what it sounds like to me, like what I would wish for, if you had a crime scene wherein you have that FARO-scan, which could be hundreds of photos, and you would remove the ones that show the bodies, you would still potentially have a heap of crime scene photos that would be specific, where we could see where we could see all sorts of things that maybe the entire community could have gone through. So to have them all sealed is pretty. I agree with Osbrook on that. It's very upsetting. I don't want the photos of the dead girls' bodies, but the entire trees and everything else, the grass, the ground cover. Yeah.
Yeah, it was I don't know why those decisions were all made by lawyers and judges, but I know that there's already been a few photos leaked, right, from the crime scene. Well, if there's the ones that were in the creek, and then there were the ones of the girls, right? They were already leaked, damage done there. There's not anything to gain from viewing those. You know what I mean? The general public is not going to learn anything new by looking at 2 dead children. So you're right. I do understand sealing those. And I know that the prosecution asked specifically for it. But then she not only sealed the crime scene photos, she sealed the autopsy. So now we can't really even talk about what was in the autopsy other than what was mentioned at trial. Mm-hmm. So, you know, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, they're sealed. And so nobody's going to get to see those until maybe a retrial.
And hey, I want to set you up with the question just because I think that you've never answered this. I would like it to be answered.
Okay.
Do you have a problem with the post-conviction investigation starting immediately at this time?
I mean, I don't do lawyering, so I'm going to give you a generic answer because I just don't. You know me. But post-conviction is not funded until after the appeal happens. And so my understanding is that if you try to jump ahead of the appeal, as was suggested by someone earlier, then that could affect the appeal. So you only get to apply for post-conviction relief once, in my understanding. So if you do it before the appeal, then the appeal happens and maybe a retrial, you don't get to do it again. So I know that the standard practice is for the appeal first and then the post-conviction afterwards. There is some wisdom in saying, you know, people die, people, you know, have accidents, gotta get the witnesses on record beforehand, right? Before they die. So someone without access to discovery isn't going to know who was deposed and who wasn't, who was spoken to and who wasn't. They don't know who was suggested as suspects and who wasn't. So we've got some folks that are just operating on rumor and innuendo. And that's not how the legal system works. So there are some things that have been completed that, you know, I hear a lot of yelling about, this needs done, that needs done. It's already done. So there's also a thank you, Christy. Yes, ma'am. So she distracted me because that was so important. Christy said she has a paid lawyer who has done an analysis of these items using Indiana law. She paid him. That's how much she cares. And he is hard to get an appointment with. That is 100% honest.
Yeah.
I back her up on that because, you know, these two lawyers that didn't get hired for this job somehow think that they're the only lawyers in Indiana that either do this work, can do this work.
Well, that's what I was getting at. I wanted to say, I guess, okay, so there's a difference between the post-conviction relief being brought and the post-conviction attorneys being paid for by the defender's counsel and all that after a direct appeal. But I think there is, you know, so my feeling is there would be no problem in my mind with having attorneys that Mrs. Allen chooses, whether she's paying them or if they're being paid for. I mean, if they're free, quote unquote, voluntary, as was proposed. My whole feeling is there's no problem with starting that now if she decides that's what she would like done.
Bingo.
Because it opens the door. You're right that it would open the door into discovery, into a whole bunch of clarifying, like you were referring to, and those are all points they've been making, that they can figure out what's been done and what's not, what needs to be done. It would also, I think, a big benefit of starting it soon would be to prevent the interference. Like, and that's another thing that Osbrook was mentioning, that there's already been interference with witnesses and locals. And so to try to shortcut that, I do agree. I've never had a problem with the fact that I do agree that I think there should be a post-conviction investigation underway soon. But I don't think that it should be coerced or at anyone else's discretion who wants to do it. I think it needs to be that if Mrs. Allen finds who she would like involved in it, and they work out whatever financial situation from 0 to 100, you know, that they can work that out and then move forward. But I think a lot of these bad feelings have been that there's this desperation that, well, if we don't do anything now, then nothing will get done for 5 or 7 years. And then all kind of things will be fucked up by then. And I kind of agree with that. But
me too.
I guess that for me, like Mr. Osberg just recently again mentioned the Davis-Hatton procedure. which, I understand that if something miraculously groundbreaking were to come that was able to exonerate Rick, that would be
Right.
one thing. But we all have to be honest here. I think it's like selling a pipe dream to say that it's even a 1% likelihood. I mean, it's extremely fractional
Right.
percentage. But that's what I was trying to get out of you is are you objecting to it at all? Do you feel that
No.
it's,
What I object, what I find frustrating is that there's a belief that only 2 people in the state are qualified to do it. That is, it simply isn't true. So if I get in a car accident, I get to hire the lawyer that I prefer. Kathy Allen has those rights. Rick Allen has that right.
yeah, and I think that
calling him incompetent and her
unqualified or whatever.
unqualified is fucking disrespectful.
Well, and
Who
to see
does that?
that's what I've been yelling about for the past 3 months, and I think you two and others, like what we've been saying at this point is everyone back off, let shit cool down, and let
Correct.
Mrs. Allen and whoever figure out
Correct.
what's going to happen rather than this insanity that social media enables. I'd like to get Zaddy an opportunity to speak and his thoughts if he has any on that.
I got no thoughts.
You got no thoughts on that? How about you, Diana?
No, go ahead, Diana. Go.
Oh, okay. You guys go.
I was just gonna say there is another post-conviction relief called a successive post-conviction relief, but it has to be done after the appeal is denied. So there's always that option, but that one's kind of rare too.
Doing it after the appeal is common, like that's
Standard practice is my understanding. But look, none of us are lawyers, but we're just trying to understand that it is standard practice to do the relief after, but the investigation, sure, it can ensue anytime.
Yeah.
I just think that the complication here is if you have people that are interfering and potentially, like what you stated is my exact concern, and I believe it would be Kathy's, is that anyone who is potentially interfering with the appellate process by jumping the gun independently, it's sort of a concern,
Yeah. It's a big concern. Like, there is a reason why attorneys have retainer agreements. That is because it begins a contract between the attorney and the client. The reason you do all those things is because you need the client's consent. This is not rocket science. So I don't know that anybody else would have access to knowing if things are happening now. Like, just because somebody thinks it's one way, that doesn't make things true. Like, we can't just decide that Kathy's not doing anything or that, things aren't getting done because one person didn't do them. Like, that's absurd. They wouldn't do that to anyone else. Like, this is crazy talk because Kathy's driving this bus, as she should.
Yeah, and there's another part to it. So I want to bring this up because I think this is a concern for me. Like, so I think Kathy's between a rock and a hard place in that a lot of the criticism has come from the fact that she has not had an attorney issue an official public statement.
She's got 2 attorneys. What more does she need in order to say, hey, I got this handled, Joe? Like how much does she need
I guess that's what I'm saying is the feeling that it looks like is that people want answers because for some reason or not, they're not trusting those who are close enough to Mrs. Allen to indicate some of what's going on. So there seem to be this expectation of an official statement, And I've said before that I think that would help quell the dissent, but there would obviously be more, no matter what that lawyer would say, then there would be more consternation about that. And I think that she's probably in between this rock and a hard place where you have to take, I back off from it and look at it and put myself in her shoes. And I think, well, she's probably concerned that anything that she officially expresses whatsoever might be used against her in this appellate process.
Facts.
So
that is, you've hit the nail on the head. Like,
yeah,
we watched Erica get bullied for telling the truth. I've been bullied for telling the truth. You've been bullied for telling the truth. Christy gets bullied for telling the truth. Sometimes, no matter what you say, it's going to be criticized. Because I don't know why. I don't know why there are interlopers so strongly giving opinions about my hair color, my weight. You know what I mean? Like, it's all just
things that don't matter.
No. Rick getting out of prison is going to have absolutely nothing to do with my natural God-given hair color. Like, it's so silly. You know, I know Kathy would like for this to just be handled like any other homicide. Like, there's no reason for the viciousness and the, you know, there's just no reason for it. There's a
and that's why I wanted a panel tonight, because what I want to say, kind of where I wanted to head is, there you hit the nail on the head as far as why is this case different?
Right.
It's different because of the toxicity of this environment and all of the emotions and the manipulation and the anger. You know, I've said before, the anger that people have directed at all the injustices, and you start off with a brutal double homicide of 2 little kids, and then there's all of this misinformation over the years. You got Kagan Klein and all the possibilities of child trafficking and all this stuff, and then the things with the families, and then the Richard Allen and all that happened to Richard, the gag order, Judge Gull being so obviously biased as she was, all of the bad things people saw, including Rick himself, like deteriorating. And then we get a conviction, and even you have these jurors coming out being completely mind-boggling how they're communicating. And so, yes, there's all these bad feelings, but we've had 8 years of insanity on the internet around this case. And so for me, that's where we're meeting this moment where you have Kathy in this predicament where she's damned if she do, damned if she doesn't, with the expressing of some statement, and she's in between a conviction and an appeal process. So I understand it's very complicated public relations, so to speak, or legal. And I just wish everyone would tone it down and respect on a basic level. Like that's what we're saying, I think, tonight, is everyone should probably just tone it down. Because this is the problem with the Delphi case, that we've gotten all these emotions to such a heightened extent, you know, and now we're dealing with complicated scenarios with heightened emotions. You know what that happens in relationships. It's a fight and shit gets thrown and police get called.
Exactly. Yeah. So this would be like fighting with a boyfriend that wasn't present for your end of the argument. Like, this is just really one side just creating whatever narrative they want. I mean, I guess they're more than entitled, but for outside random people to tell me what evidence I did and didn't have, what access I did or didn't have to materials, who was responsible for what decision, like, all of that is being discussed as if anybody outside of the club would even know. Like, so I I'm kind of speechless because it's either just a made up fantasy or mistruths have been told. And, I know that they didn't come from Erica or I because we haven't been out leaking Discovery. So
there has been, okay, let's back that up. There has been Discovery leaked. Okay, let's think back years. Let's think back 2 years. I mean, I've mentioned the Murder Sheet episodes a few times because listen, no matter how much you hate the messenger, sometimes the information comes through that messenger and you have to put your hate for the messenger aside. And there's been a series of Discovery leaks plaguing this case, and we all know that. And it's continued to this very situation, and it's upsetting. Potentially what was, I think the public, there are things that the public still doesn't understand about the volume of Discovery leaks that is going to hit the airwaves eventually.
Correct.
And I don't know. And see, for me, this is like I said earlier about talking about my father, about when you're talking about things you don't know about. This is why I don't speak for you, because I don't know everything. I know this. I know you do know Andy Baldwin, and I know you work closely enough with him to be pretty familiar with Andy Baldwin. So and also Michael Osbrook. So there's a whole lot of things that people don't understand about you and Erica's and Christine's and everyone else's relationships. They probably should just drop it or not.
Because the truth is the truth. What would I gain from lying? Nothing, because Kathy is still going to be there for me at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So why would I? It's just so silly. And I would also love to understand how I can be quiet and I cannot say anything for weeks at a time. My wife was in the hospital after her stroke for an entire month. An entire month. And yet me and whatever is still a hot topic of conversation. Why are we doing this to people? It's silly. And even right now, I'm not trashing anybody. I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm not even using names for most of it. So I don't understand the childish reaction to kind of all of us, because I did catch a reason why. And it's because not enough Discovery was leaked after trial. Is that why we're angry? Because I won't break the law? Is that the problem? I feel like that's the problem. But when you have ethics and you make decisions in an ethical way, there's nothing to fear from that. So I don't get it. I don't get the hot tempers. I don't understand all of it's just brutal. Somebody actually used my wife's stroke against me in a video. Come on, man. Grow up.
It's not cool.
No.
Yeah, what do you guys think, Zaddy and Diana?
Well, I don't know. I think, you know what, I was just telling somebody, when you were, when Osbrook was on your show, I'm just going to tell you what I saw. I kind of, when he kept going against things that you were saying, I don't know if you remember debating him about different things. And I just started thinking to myself, what's going on with this guy? I didn't, I can just tell when people are off. I don't know what the problem is, but I can tell. That's why I'm only on this show, basically, because I've been on other shows and I've listened to them. And if they don't ring true, I'm out. Like, it doesn't take long, and I'm going. It's just the way it is, right? So when he started doing it, I didn't say anything at the time, but he kept like just arguing, and then people would go back and forth, and I'm thinking to myself, like, something's not right with this guy. And now all this came up, but I wasn't like, I was in the middle of my own thing going on. I didn't see all that happen, but I just know I remember you having these issues with him bringing up these different points, and it was like he just was like being everything he did, like he wouldn't agree with you. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of like little nitpicking things that.
Yeah, it was, and it was kind of strange to me. I didn't understand what was going on, but I already had been booted off the R&M because I said something about that dude. He did a video, and I disagreed, and I didn't realize he was the owner of it. So
who's that dude?
I don't know, the guy who owns that show. He's the one that made it, and then the R&M girls are just on it. I don't know, like he's their handler.
The DB, the DB.
Well, yeah, DB, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that the DB? Okay, so
I don't know.
I thought he's DB. Anyway, but I because him and then that other kid, the Werecat or something, was like connected a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is, I would go in there, I would try to chat, and they just like blew me off. So I'm like,
well, they like to argue a lot, like over, like yeah, it's a weird dynamic.
I mean, so I would just listen to it. I made comments, but then of course they kind of shunned me out. I mean, Woman was cool with me, a couple of different ones, but it just was weird how I don't know, something was weird with it. But like I said, once they booted me, I just cut them off. I was done with it. I really don't care. I don't need them in my life at all, so it doesn't matter to me. And then I just stuck here, and everybody I met here seemed to be genuine. Now there's a couple of idiots come in every now and then, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, you can talk to somebody in this chat, and it's not a big deal. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, you know, if you could just feel the energy, it's different. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So when I saw Osbrick going sideways, I was like, this is really, because originally he seemed like he was kind of like going in the same direction. Then all of a sudden he twisted, like something was twisted.
I agree with that. I would say that because I really don't have much hate for anyone, mostly. But I would say that I told this to Christine the other day. I said, you know, it seems to me that Mr. Osbrook was very well doing his job for quite a while.
Yeah.
But right about the time at trial was approaching, something changed. And I noticed, especially after sentencing, you know, I would say by December, January, it's like we were dealing with a whole different person. And despite like some of the personality things, like you say about agreeing or disagreeing on some things, I just saw someone that seemed to be highly functioning, you know, in trying to do things behind the scenes with the investigators and the attorneys and the post-conviction, the motion to correct error, even up to that. But suddenly it just seemed like we came into this year and just like something changed. And I honestly must say it's like I'm looking at a whole different person, and it's kind of a shame because I said it a year ago when Osbrook wrote the first document that I saw his name attached to for Andy and Brad.
He writes extremely well.
I said, wow, that is an amazing, well-written document. It was more amazing, well-written than anything Baldwin or Rozzi had done. So when it struck me when I read it, I was like, what in the hell? And then I got to the last page, I saw Osbrook, and I thought, aha, wow. And it's how I wanted to know about him. I said, who is this guy? And it's just funny because I see a diligent worker and a good writer of filings up until like maybe December, and then just all of a sudden a different person. And and this is not an attack. I don't want us to all be like attacking Osbrook, but this whole situation has become really, really bad. You know, and I guess part of what I'm trying to do tonight is to show how it's become bad and how it should not have, and maybe what's a way forward where everyone understands, like that side understands, and we understand, and maybe all the innocent viewers who are caught up in this hurricane, they can start to understand.
So my suggestion would be to, when things fall out of your mouth, if it's a fact, it's a fact. If it's your opinion, say that it's your opinion, because we have too much people tend to, and even I do, tend to speak with authority. Like, if you believe what you're saying, you're gonna believe that it's a fact. But that's not how facts work. Like, you have to have proof, actual proof, not an assumption of what somebody else is thinking, not an assumption of what they're planning. So if we can just treat each other like decent human beings,
And even you and I have like you and I have talked a bit, and even you and I know that there's a lot of times I'll disagree on something because I don't think it's a fact yet, and like you say, you'll catch yourself and you'll maybe not argue, but see something about it, you'll never argue me. I notice that what you do when I stop you and I argue, you stop and listen.
Right.
And then you either say, well, okay, I'll have to see about that, and then we move on, or you'll correct me if you know what the actual factual is. And I've said how I'm that way with everybody. I'm extremely belligerent about what, I'm that way with one of our mutual friends. Like, I'm so belligerent about what can we actually say that is absolutely provable versus what do we think, or what have we heard, or what is our thesis. And I think that's an important distinction when we're trying to base everything, like build this house of bricks and everyone is a fact, rather than kind of jumble it all together with what we think and versus what we know. So I'm glad that you touched on that, because like even between us who agree on a lot of things, even when we encounter those moments, that still comes to the forefront that it's important to distinguish between what we think or what we feel and what is actual the truth.
Well, can I say one more thing? So when I look at like, that's just how I go by my own vibe. Okay, so like, I don't know all the particulars and all the papers and all the filings, and I don't know all that stuff. But even with the lawyers that Gall originally gave, which was Bradley and or what's his name, Rozzy and Andy Baldwin. I mean, I always say it wrong, Baldwin. So I don't know. I felt like Baldwin's heart was in it. I felt like Rozzy, I wasn't sure about, to be honest. Still don't know if he was. I don't know if he was like the controlled opposition in that whole situation. Like, to be honest, that's how I felt about it. And I'm not, like I said, I have no proof. I'm not disparaging anybody. I'm just telling you how I just view it from what I see. And I don't have all the information. But then when they switched the lawyers, all of a sudden those guys were like, oh, wait a minute, this is real, what they're talking about in all these documents. And then all of a sudden, oh, no, let's switch them back out. Like, I don't know it almost feels like sometimes it's like you're being played, like I feel like.
Yeah. And it's funny. Someone said that the other day in my last show, in the comment section, they said, I'm starting to believe it would have been better had Scremin and Libredo stayed on the case. And I think that's a good exercise of thought. What happened? What
matter, Prof?
Yeah. Well, there's that too.
I think she was controlling it regardless.
Yes, she was.
I'm just saying, it almost feels like it's a show. Like what? Oh, I'm going to take them off. Oh, they're going to fight. They got back on. It's like this whole thing. It's like a joke to me.
They didn't want everybody knowing that the community has some freaking neo-Nazi Vikings running around. Like, that's a bad look for a community. Mm-hmm. And I think that, we remember the judges of the Darrell Brooks trial. We remember the judge for O.J. Simpson. And I think Gull didn't want to be that judge that was associated with neo-Nazi Vikings. Like, I cannot help but to believe that some of the reasons she shut that shit down is because of the way it would look. But judges aren't jurors. They're not supposed to be deciding what's true and what's not.
Mm-hmm.
So I there are issues there too. But you mentioned the lawyers, and I still think of them affectionately because I was involved for so long. But for me, Rozzy is definitely the lawyer that I connected with the best, just because he's a critical thinker like me, and his ethics are top notch. Andy was Erica's favorite of the attorneys team. Like we kind of all had favorites, and Andy was definitely Erica's favorite because he has that gentle, he's thoughtful in what he says. He's patient, unless it's right before a big cross.
No, the only reason I had an issue with Rozzy, and because I think he's a good lawyer, the only issue I had was every time something came up, he didn't know the dates. He didn't know anything about the case. He always had to refer to Andy, and that told me that he wasn't invested in it. That's the only reason I'm saying that. It's not that I think he's very detail oriented. The problem was I don't think he was in the case, and he was just there, but he wasn't like in it. Like, because he had to keep every time he got asked a question, he didn't know the answer. I'm like, well, what kind of a lawyer is that? Because I know he could do it. I just don't think he wanted to, or he was told not to. I don't know which one it is.
There you go. So we play stupid a lot. Like I don't now that trial's over and whatever, and I finally have the confidence to tell people I can't answer that. Like, but sometimes even if you know the answer to something, sometimes you just play dumb. But then it becomes kind of a habit. The paralegals do a whole lot of work. So, like, I think they knew the case well, and this is my personal opinion only. But I think they knew the case well. But I think that the little things like dates and whatnot, are probably something that the paralegals kept track of. Like that would be my assumption, because I know that for us investigators, our kind of responsibilities, we kind of all took on a thing, so that when we did come together, we could give them new information that they wanted. So I just know that that's the way that us investigators work. So I kind of think the attorneys and their paralegals probably work the same, but I don't know. I wasn't in the office. I am in LaPorte County, which is way up north by the Michigan line. And then Rick was in Allen County for part and Carroll County for the other part. But then the lawyers were further south, down by Indy. It took us 3 hours to get to Andy's office. Like that's a haul. We didn't spend much time there. I was in 2 of their offices. No, I was in 3 of their offices, but not for long. You know what I mean? Like the longest that I spent was a few days shortly before trial. 6-8 weeks before trial, maybe. So, I can't defend any of what they did, and I can't really criticize it fairly either, because I'm not a lawyer. Like, I don't know why they do the things that they do. I do know that a lawyer that was not working in the case thought that it would be fun to run around and tell people who called in information and tell them what was done or not done with their information was somehow my decision. So there's that. But unless you were there, you wouldn't know. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah, and see, my whole feeling is the problem we've seen is I've been aware of a lot of things and conversations and facts. And what I have seen is a bunch of gatekeeping and nexuses. And I mean, if we're talking about Matt Hoffman, Angela Sedlowski, Michael Osbrook, you and Erica, Max Baker. I mean, when you start to put this whole team together and start to see some of what happened, what didn't happen, what I see is that there's a lot of places where information seems to hit like a what's the term you hit
a roadblock.
A roadblock. Yeah, like information would come into this funnel, but it just gets stopped and then never get through. And
Right.
and for me, you and I have talked a lot, and a lot of times I say, well, Christine, what about this? What about this? What about this? And there's so much. I was complaining the other day. There's so much that never even made it to the attention of all of you until right at or during or before trial.
Correct.
And some didn't make it to you till after trial. And the
Correct.
funniest thing is, out here on the internet, we've been talking about this shit for 3 years at least. A lot of this stuff. So it's kind of baffling that you would have a whole team of people and everyone's doing their own version of information sharing, gatekeeping, filtering, and then there's blockages. And then I don't know. It seems like I said before, this case was so complex. I don't see how anyone on earth could come into this and within a year or two know the case.
It's not possible. Like,
too much.
I get a lot of that. Like, why didn't you know this? Why didn't you know that? Oh, I don't know, because I was not trying to solve the case for the 2 years I worked on it. I was finding reasonable doubt. I was also investigating my client so that you're not hit out of left field when it's the prosecutor's turn to ask questions. So you can do what you can do. Like, sometimes the best has to be good enough, because you can criticize that I spent 60 hours a week and how dare I ask for payment, but then you criticize that I didn't do enough. Like, how much should I have done? 60 hours a week wasn't good enough. Some weeks it was 90 because my phone rang nonstop. So not only am I reading 4 terabytes of information, I don't think people realize how much that is. So someone the other day said that I only had the tip files. Yeah, that's a crock of shit. The tips were buried in all the other stuff. So I had to read it all, because if you don't read it, you never know what you're going to miss, right? So between the phone calls, the reading, and then listening to YouTube at the same time, like, there's only so many hours in a day.
Yeah, and I think that's where this whole thing, I think this is what failed Richard Allen ultimately, is that this case, there was no way that within 2 years you were going to get an entire team together to come and figure out the Delphi murders, when the whole internet has been working on it for 7 years and is just barely envisioning what you're probably looking at. And
then you got to remember, I had a boss, and my boss was hired to do this case. Just saying. Now, I looked at the financials, and I didn't see a single hour paid to that boss. So I don't know what work was being done. All I know is what I did. And to see that twisted makes me sick.
Sickening. Hey, Diana, how has all of this looked to you, kind of from the outside, without being involved in the behind the scenes?
Well, it's pretty dramatic, and that's not fun. It's sad. It's sad to hear all these lies going on. didn't silence, didn't you just say that yesterday you saw how many posts about you?
A ton. I watched a 3-hour live that was nothing but me, Erica, Prof. It was hours of it.
People that are supposed to be on the same side are turning against each other.
People that are supposed to be a team. Yep.
It's pretty nuts. And
the funny thing is, so many of us agree on so much. We all agree Richard Allen was wrongfully convicted. He was railroaded, potentially set up. There's zero evidence. It's just a shit show. The judge was by. It's like we almost agree on everything. It's just.
I think sometimes that Erica and I are beaten up so badly because we have to follow the law and we have to use ethics. This is not a hobby for us. This is a career. It's a job with professional standards, by the way. And we can't just come out after trial and be like, blah, 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 and start vomiting discovery information willy-nilly, right? So I have been told, I mean, not directly to my face or anything, but that, none of the evidence that I have is going to be useful. That was a fun one because who knows what evidence I have? No fucking buddy. Nobody is in my brain. Nobody knows what I know. You don't experience what I experience. So if that could stop, that'd be lovely.
Well, you know what I see? I kind of go back because I'm an emotional person, although people don't believe it. But, I'm glad that I'm not bound by those rules because I can just run my mouth as much as I want. But I go back in my feelings to, I remember the day that you and Erica were able to talk and started talking. And I think a lot of that was mocked, especially when Erica started to talk. They mocked her, but here's what I saw as a sensitive person watching, because I had waited for you and Erica to be able to talk, and I was anticipating. So you guys, it was funny to me that being the only other two people who've seen a majority of the discovery, you two came out and were both immediately shook, in tears, nervous, talking about how deep this goes, how it's a criminal enterprise, and how there's so much more to this, and everything was terrible. And I think like a lot of people miss that because I look at emotions and I said, here are two grown women who are professional, experienced investigators. They've dealt with murders. They've dealt with missing people. They've dealt with child crime. And they come out from this wall of silence and finally able to talk a little publicly. And they're both shaking and upset. And for me, that was the greatest impression is it just confirmed to me that, whatever these people experienced, it was traumatizing. And that's from an investigator standpoint. So I don't get it, how there's this emotional disconnect, because for me to see that more than any words either of you would say, it's the feeling tone that you came out upset, which tells me there's more to this. And the whole world should have seen that. And I didn't want to cut Diane off. I want to let her to continue to give observations, but it's like when I saw that, and it's what made me. I really felt for Erica. That's when I decided I liked Erica, is because when I saw her bear it out there, and I said, well, okay, there's no artificiality here. Like she's truly conveying, and for me, that's when she won me. Okay, and so I think people have the wrong idea here, that like thinking this is simple. No, I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think so.
I'm an Occam's razor kind of girl. So if I if I could have found a simple explanation for what happened, I would have went with that. I would have went with that loudly, and I would have demanded that somebody pay attention to what I had to say before trial. I couldn't find that simple. It's just not. It's not that simple. It's messy. You know, this is not an adult that was murdered. These are two children. And there's a reason why they were murdered. And figuring out the who, man, that's been a monumental task. And nobody but me, Erica, and Matt have tried to do that. Like, do the investigating part. You know, there's a difference between lawyers and investigators. Investigators are not lawyers, and lawyers are not investigators. There's just a difference in the things we can do. Like, when I'm interviewing somebody, just like officers say all the time, we are allowed to use trickery to elicit a response. I can do that. Lawyers cannot. So, you know, while I don't like lying to people and I don't like tricking anybody into telling me anything, I can. You know what I mean? Like, I can. Now I absolutely wouldn't, because now the case is, you know, it's finished, and now we're looking at further legal action, and I'm under an NDA and all of that. But, you know, there's just a difference in way we operate. And I think that unless you're an attorney that has done a high profile case like this, or you're an investigator that's done a high profile case like this, you would never understand my job. Erica and I worked one of the highest profile murders in the country, and we are still working on it. So it's not like we're some backwoods podunk hillbillies that weaseled our way in, because that's the assumption that's being made. We didn't ask for this case. This case came to us, and we were asked to take it on, and we did. So, you know, I mean, I don't like to sound arrogant, but fuck. Credit, you know, when people do good things, they deserve to be credited for what they've done. And when people do bad things, you know, karma's a bitch. But, you know, I've heard a lot. I've had to watch a lot. And I'm not complaining because it hurts me. I'm pointing it out so that it can stop. Like, it's not doing anything. Like, nothing is to be gained from just being nasty.
Silence, can you tell us what other case you're talking about there?
Haley Dunn. Haley Dunn. So she was, you know, it's a Texas case. She was the little cheerleader about 15 years ago. So she was Nancy Grace's pet project right before, well, during, when Kaylee Anthony, when that homicide happened, she transitioned from our Haley's case over to Haley. So it's been that long ago. But, you know, he lived with news trucks on his front lawn for like 6 months. It was crazy. And that's what we didn't want to happen here. We didn't want Kathy to endure all of the vitriol that Clint, Haley's dad, went through. So, you know, I talk to Clint several times a week. He's still waiting for justice, but I didn't want Kathy treated like him at all. And for the most part, up until conviction, people didn't bother her a whole lot that I know of. Like, that was a small mercy. It's not until recently that Kathy's being dragged through the mud. I like it. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why are we harassing a woman when sentencing's over? Like, it's just pointless. And it's sad and it's frustrating. But yeah, I worked on that one. We did Rebecca James from out east. She was a sex worker that it was her first ever attempt at sex work, and she advertised on a website, and a guy called her up and said, "Hey, can I get with you tonight?" So her daughter's boyfriend dropped her off at a church in town, and the suspect came and picked her up and took her back to his house. Little did Becky know that this particular John and his girlfriend had been talking for weeks about murdering a sex worker. So she was just the girl they happened to pick that night. And we were able to locate her. It took about 3 days to bring that case to a close for us, because we were able to give the police the location, her cell phone's location. She was using a texting app, and so when you do that, your phone isn't pingable. So we were able to hack into things, and yeah. So I mean, that one was just 4 or 5 years ago. That's probably right. So they haven't gone through trial yet. So, we do a little work, like,
People just don't understand what they can't see with their own eyes, I feel.
You know what? You're right. I think you're right.
Crumbs, Daddy, what about you?
What about me? What are you talking about?
Tell us something.
I said what?
Tell us something.
Well, Prof's back. Prof, what do you got?
Are you all zaddied out? Your eyes are zaddied out?
Mm-hmm.
Mine are getting fatigued from the bright light,
That's what it is. It's like the screen's so bright.
Yeah, me too. It's killing me.
That's why my lighting in here is weird.
Pretty late. It's pretty late. Well, shit, y'all. It's what time is it?
4 o'clock Eastern Standard.
Yeah.
I have one last thing to say to Ms. Silence. I'm just very impressed with how you have comported yourself, if that's the right word in English. Trying to talk with us and give us some info, but obviously holding to your boundaries, not letting people push you around, still being professional.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I've been impressed.
I appreciate that. Because, sometimes when I have to defend myself, like, that never feels good. You know what I mean?
No.
I'm not the kind of person that gets done and goes, aha.
I hate it too. I mean, I hate this fighting.
Yeah.
And people always say, Prof, stop fighting. But it's like, no, I have to tell the truth when everyone else is fucking lying and misrepresenting. So I have to fight.
Yeah. I mean,
and I look forward. I got to say, your coworker Erica, our partner. I can't wait until she comes and talks, because I know this. I know she has a lot to say, and she's been bound with certain restrictions. But there will come a time when I know that Erica and you will get to talk more. And boy, I just can't wait for that.
Soon. That time
I think
is
it's going to be
soon.
good. And y'all know, I've said so many times, I post The funny thing is they say that I don't tell the truth, but I'm telling you, I pretty much post everything I ever say. I put it's right there on the pages or on the live streams on the screen. So anyone who has questions, go and explore. And there's still more that I have to show or to post or show, whatever you want to call it. But I mean, I have been from the beginning all about like my feeling that the way to respect these two girls, Abby and Libby, is to tell the truth about what happened to them, because
Correct.
only the truth about what happened to them would be justice for them girls, because they're not here to say it. And so that's where I stand. And unfortunately, Rick Allen, Kathy Allen, and all of us together, we've all been caught up in this. But that's why I believe the transparency, integrity, truth, and honor, it's all necessary. And that's why I've been saying it's time to up the ante and hold yourselves to a higher standard. And listen, it should be no big deal about any of this. There's been fights over for 2 years. No, none of this should be an argument, because whatever's true, let it be known. And that's my final speech.
You're right. I mean, you're right. When you walk in truth, facts aren't scary. Like, I have people threatening to share my communications with them all the time, and I'm like, okay, gonna make you look like an asshole, not me, just because you betrayed a trust. But I don't lie, so I'm not intimidated. Like, I'm not afraid. My silence is not out of fear. My silence is because I don't have to defend myself. If I don't want to, today I want to, tomorrow I might not. But I'll be damned if my reputation gets thrown through the mud because somebody else heard a rumor that didn't get corrected. Because there is this belief that if you suck it up and just take it and ignore it, well, then you're hiding. So I don't want to do that either.
But let's be clear here too, because I don't want to make it seem like it's all unicorns and rainbows, because we're dealing with some scary people here. No matter what the fuck any of you think, the bottom line is we are dealing with some scary people. And if you dive into that discovery, you will understand it. And
it's funny you say that, because Mike Osbrook just said a few days ago that if he wanted to just share all of the discovery, that he's legally has that right. That's up for debate, but that people would be getting murdered all over the state. He's not lying. Like, the amount of information that I know it's nightmare fuel. Like, for me to sit on a live and say the Sinaloa cartel, like, it's not a different cartel. It's the Sinaloas. Like, it's a specific cartel. You think that's not scary to say the first time? Holy shit, the day that I decided that it was time to, like, get to work and figure out who did this, and I said the word cartel, I was terrified. You know, but I'm a PI. That's my job. Like, I need people to come forward and tell me things. So dragging our names through the mud is not helping Rick either. Because if people hear some garbage rumor, they're not going to want to report anything to me or Erica. But, you know, there's a lot that we can't say because, you know, you don't want to get the wrong person's name out there and have those yahoos looking after them too. Like, we're not out
saying, yeah, that's why we don't say. Have you noticed we don't say names?
Correct.
We're saying, or loose knit groups that we're loosely referring to as cartel and Vinlanders and all that. But By a clue, we don't really say the scary names.
No, we do not, and I won't. And I have privilege. I actually have privilege, and I can never be made to say those names if I don't want to. So there's that. As long
and there are
as
two endeavors, so that's something Osbrook brought up. That is, I do agree, is a valid point, which is you've got two endeavors here. One is to address what happened to Rick Allen. The
Right.
other is to find the killers. Now, there's all kind of theories, because there was a time I was saying the only way to free Rick Allen is to solve the case, and I kind of still believe that. That was the belief we went into trial with on my channel, was the way to free Rick is to prove who to solve the case, because the cops ain't going to do it, the family ain't going to do it, and it's up to the defense to do it. But obviously, it's a long road, and I don't know where I stand at this. And I guess they are two endeavors, but potentially they're intimately connected, and that's why I do believe, this whole kind of circling back to this this post-conviction investigation. I believe it is absolutely essential and important. But the crux of the matter is, it doesn't have to be who you think it has to be. It has to be whatever it ends up being, whether that Kathy chooses whoever she wants, affords it, it's free, someone volunteers, whatever the case is, she's going to do what's in her and Rick's best interest, and that's the bottom line. And I do agree that things need to be happening, but I'm not going to try to make excuses about it, or pressure, or call her incompetent or unqualified. I mean, it's like, let's show each other some grace. Let's pray that Abby and Libby's crime is solved, and that exonerates Rick, and it all happens in the next years, so that no matter what, if there's a retrial, that maybe we'll be successful this time. And if there's not a retrial, maybe that in and of itself will free Rick. And so there's a whole lot that needs to happen. And we do need to be talking about this crime and all of this stuff. But to do it, we got to get past this barbaric, I don't know, what's what's the word? It's like bullying. It's group bullying.
Yeah, it's like a boulder in the middle of a pathway. Like, we got to get around it. Like, somebody's got to give. And,
And so I ask everyone, hey, you look at what you think is true. Like I said, we ask simple questions here. And regarding these things, I haven't come out of the blue with assaults. I came out of the streets, so to speak, where everyone's asking a million fucking questions, and I'm the one with a platform to echo those sentiments. So I came on and I said, look, people want to know this, and it's just so funny that no one will budge, not one single honest answer with evidence. And that's the thing. Like I said, here we provide the evidence for the things we say. So let's have it, and let's move beyond this. Yeah. And I'm done. I want to end it with that.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna do some explaining tomorrow, and after that, dude, it just like, leave me alone. It's really that simple. Like, don't go around bashing me because you think you can read my mind. Because let me tell you, you can't. If you think you know who I am as a person, I will promise you, you don't. Not you, Prof. But, the looky-loos is what we call them. But to those people, just leave me alone. You don't know me. You definitely don't know what I have seen. You don't know what I have read. You don't know what I think. You don't know what I believe. Unless I tell you, you don't know. These are all assumptions that are being made. So if you knock it off, I can get back to work. And I wouldn't have to be dealing with this anymore. Like, just, I don't know, maybe don't have lives where you call me an idiot, a nut job, and make fun of my hair. let's not do that anymore. Like, it really is that simple, because I'm not doing that to anybody else. So there's that. This is me.
People are dumb. Short. People are dumb. That's my last comment.
How about you, Zaddy? You get the final word, man.
Oh man, jeez, it's just everything's so twisted. That's all I know.
It's too much, man. It's too much.
Yeah. I mean, you can't even basically decipher the truth from the lies anymore. It's just so ridiculous. And then the people don't know how to act. I mean, like their children. These grown men are acting like little kids. It's just ridiculous. Like, I mean,
people. You know how there's the dopamine hits with the posting on the Twitter and all this.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that I find odd is that people get very compelled about what they think or whatever, and they don't even realize the basics. Like there's been so much misinformation and disinformation injected into this case intentionally. Well, that's the disinformation. The misinformation is where people fuck up, but there's so much bad information. And I think people base a lot of feelings and thoughts on that bad information because they haven't vetted it out. And yeah, it's too much. I mean, this is like disinformation central, and you have people at each other's throats. It's too much, man.
Yeah.
Everyone my genuine, honest Zen advice is everyone bring it down. Put the phones down. Maybe step away. Maybe just realize you might be wrong. I love that phrase. Think that you might be wrong. And stop being bullies. Like I said, the gangs of bullies. Come on, man. None of my people here, we might say things that you don't like individually, but none of us go around as a gang bullying. And I think if everyone in the community would just stop the assaults on others as gangs, like that might be nice too. It would be a step forward.
Yeah.
Because none of this, as I said before, that Abby and Libby need peace by the truth coming. And for me, this is why I was upset with this verdict, is I looked at it and I thought, how on earth is this going to be justice for Abby and Libby? Because no one will ever buy this verdict. Yeah, you might have 20% of the people think he's guilty and be happy. But trust me, even in Delphi, I got locals who talk to me and they say, Prof, half the town don't like the way that shit went down.
Sure.
Well, the whole thing was crooked. I mean, everybody knows it. That's why the world was tuned into it. You don't have a case like that that's that magnetized unless there's something going on that's out of the ordinary. And that's why everybody was drawn to it. So, I mean, you can name any other case. It wasn't like this case. And the fact that they did that right in front of your face and didn't
blatantly
care, I mean, it's like, how bad can it get? Like, the justice system needs an overhaul in Indiana. I mean, because Gull didn't do herself any favors.
Well, for me, that's the thing. It's like an extension of the domestic terrorists. It's like the judicial system has become the arm of the domestic terrorists, or vice versa. And
right.
True.
And there's a lot of arm twisting. Like Christy, me, you, and a long list of other people. Like, I get threatened, not like physical threatened. Well, there's that too, but anyway. But mine is mostly, I'm gonna release this, or I'm gonna release that, or if you don't do this, then I'm gonna sick that person on you. Like, it's crazy. This is like high school in the hood. Like, it's crazy work.
Mm-hmm.
I've been accused of being a racist too. I have a black child. You know what I mean? So ease up. Like, let's be more realistic. Because Some of that shit's crazy, and it's just reaching, but there's no need for that. Like, this case is going to go through the appeals process. And if things work out, we're going to have another trial. So all of these people bashing each other, it's inconsequential because the next steps are going to happen. And there's nothing anybody can do to stop it. So you can either help or get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah, don't hurt it. Whatever you do, don't go talking to witnesses.
Oh my God.
All right. So thank you, Christine. Thank you, Zaddy, Diana.
My pleasure.
And everyone in the chat, all you awesome chatters. Hey, one thing you're all right about, this is the best chat. Everyone's so wonderful here.
It is.
And I invite, look, all the mean girls, if you're not going to be mean, come on into the chat. Come and talk with all of these great people in the chat, but just don't do it the wrong way, because then they'll get you out. But
yeah,
more talking, less bullshitting, or whatever.
Listen to understand, not listen to argue.
Yeah. First, seek to understand. That's what I was going to tell you.
Court of Opinion says if you want transparency, you come here. This is what I'm saying. And like I said, forgiveness is always a thing. Look, if me and Rick Snay can love each other, literally, and be good friends, you got to ask yourself, how in the fucking world can Rick Snay and I get along and be buddy when we were at each other's throats? Well, you know why? Because we're both adults. And we both apologized and realized we were wrong and said, hey, we can do better together than we could do at each other's throats, because this is important. And you know what? Since that day, Rick's held to that, and so have I, because I meant it. And obviously so did he. So let that be an example. Let it be an example. Anyway, thank you, everyone. And I'll let my guest leave. I love you guys.
Thank you. We love you too.
Get some rest.
Love you. Bye.
I'm going to say everybody in the chat. So say bye to, let's see, we got Carol. Good night, Carol. Good night, Cosmo. What's up, Cosmo? You're so beautiful. What's up, Diana? Thank you for being here. Zaddy, of course. Heather Brown. I hope you feel good, Heather Brown. I'm sorry you're feeling bad. Miss K, goodbye to you. And Adrian, you got to pass out. We're ending. Don't worry. We love you, Adrian. We love you, Christine. Thanks for being here, Christine. Also, Low Light Recovery says silence. Did you see what Cash said on Rogan? He talked about cartel ops laundering happening via Canada. That money is re-injected into local hands via 501c3s, PCAs like ActBlue and others. What's up, Mandy? What's up, Shibby? Lisa? Trial Junkie, thank you so much for being here. Trial Junkie, we love you too. Barbara Borman. Okay, Christina, my wonderful Christina, I love you so much. Nobody here is mean like that. Appreciate everyone here so much. It's normal to have discussions and learn from each other. Who else we have here? Court of Public Opinion. What's up everywhere? Always here. Okay, what's up, Court of Public Opinion? Oh, my throat's killing me, y'all. Who else we got here? Post-apocalyptic. Thank you very much. Kathy Allen owes us nothing. No, she's a victim in this too. Come on. Barbara Borman. And listen, Nobody Nothing was here. What's up, Nobody? And whoever I've missed, Kali Yuga. I know I'm missing people, but whoever else I've missed, just leave it down below if you want me to say hi at this moment. Okay, my throat's shot, but I'll say hi to whoever jumps in. But a special thank you to Kate Eleanor for becoming a member. Also for super chats, I want to say Jade Concella, thank you for the $3.99 super sticker. Dark Arts by Adrian, thank you for the thank you with receipts. Truth always wins. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for the super chat from Kate Eleanor. Good night from UK. Love you all. Also from Nicole Watt. Thank you, Prof, for all you do. Thank you, Nicole. And Christine, Those yahoos have been writing Rick, telling him Kathy has bad people around her. Oh my God. Surely you must be kidding. All right. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Beauty silence. I'm going to take care of my throat now, y'all. Oh, thank you for being here. Appreciate you being here. Nobody, nothing. Still hanging there. He is. Yeah, he is here. All right, y'all. So I'm out of here. My throat's killing me. Okay. I can't say another sentence really. But thank you to everyone. God bless. It's been a long one, y'all. It's been a long, long show. So I'm going to go get some rest now. Beautiful chat. Please hit the thumbs up on the way out of here. Prof, appreciate your time and support. Thank you to everyone who supported the channel. You matter to us. Yes. And also anyone on the replay, please understand this, y'all. You can hit the Cash App right here scrolling, or buy me a coffee and support the channel that way. All right. You can also leave a comment down below. Leaving the comments down below on the replay are the most awesome thing. Because as these days go by and those comments come in, it's so interesting to see what everyone's saying. And everyone who comes to the channel as a newbie, they can go and get an idea of what's being said in the comment section. So please add your voice to the comment section on the replay. We really respect that. See, I can't talk. Anyway, special thank you to all of you. Thank you very much to old Country Boy 48. Thank you for chiming in. Appreciate that. Always picture Prof and comfy snow covered cabin doing this show. I love the background keyboards. I'm like, thank you. And it's summer now, though. I'll be waiting for the snow. Heather Brown says, sweet dreams. Okay, I'm out of here, y'all. Appreciate it. Love you. And we'll see you very soon. All right. And yeah, God bless Abby Libby. Hug your kids, hug your wife.
you.